Multan, and now we're here for the grand finale. Hello and welcome to Pitchside once again. It's great to be here, and like I said, the series is set up beautifully because we are at 1-all and there's all to play for. England won that first test match very convincingly, and then Pakistan managed to stage that comeback courtesy their spin attack. So plenty to look forward to, and of course the pitch is always a point of conjecture amongst all of us. So I'll be talking to my usual experts here with me. I've got with me David Kaur and Amir Sohail. Amir, for Pakistan's perspective, obviously their confidence would be high after winning that test match. There's been so much talk around that pitch and conditions because they were important. They played an integral role in that last test match. So all set up beautifully.
Yeah, finally Pakistan got to know about their strength and how not to allow the opposition to play on their strength. And now you talk about conjecture about the pitch. Let's hope it's been curated the way the Pakistani team actually wanted it.
I think that's an important point. You know, it has to be curated the way Pakistan wants it, because even England has now gone in with 3 spinners.
Well, they're just responding to what they've seen over the last 3-4 days since they've been up here. And as you say, everyone's been looking so closely at the pitch, at the massive fans they've used to try and dry it out. Allegations, the word rake has been used, I don't know if correctly or otherwise. So the whole point is, yes, the pitch is meant to be turning. So England have responded to that. They picked the extra spinner. A couple of other changes we'll talk about, of course, in due course after the toss. But everyone knows that the entire plan here is for that pitch to turn.
All right, well, we are actually ready with the all-important toss. Remember, Pindi is traditionally a ground that favours a lot of runs. We are ready with the captains. It's over to Bazid Khan, who's out there ready for the toss.
Welcome to the toss here, the decider at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, all-important toss today. We've got the 2 captains, Shan Masood, Ben Stokes, and Sir Rishi Richardson, the match referee. Shan, I believe you have the coin. Give it a flip.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is a tails. I'm going to guess you're going to have a bat.
Yeah.
What do you reckon about the pitch? There's been a lot of people looking at it, a lot of theories about it. What do you reckon?
I mean, look, it's... Who knows? I think we'll have to wait and see till a bit of cricket and a bit of traffic's gone over it. But I mean, at the moment, it looks a really good wicket. But yeah, it's another challenge that we're presented with, and we'll just wait and see.
Back to Rawalpindi, good memories. Obviously, that epic test match. Does that factor in anything? Just build confidence?
Oh no, I think you have special moments as a team. You know, you always look back and remember those things. But yeah, this could be a completely different type of wicket in a completely different type of game. So yeah, we'll just have to face what's in front of us.
3 spinners. Normally England don't play 3 spinners. That's exciting as well.
Yeah, it is. It's great to have Rayan back. Very free-spirited cricketer, someone who wants to come in and change the game, whether it be with ball, bat or in the field. So it's really good to see him back in the team this week.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the game, Ben.
Thank you. Cheers.
Shan, how important was that toss?
I mean, we'd like to believe that we just have to play good cricket. I mean, the toss, it's going to go your way sometimes and sometimes it won't. But I think the most important thing is to see the situations, see what you're under as a team and respond to those conditions.
After a long, long time, especially in home series, Pakistan playing the same 11, what does that do to the camp?
We've always talked about consistency. Obviously, you have to bear in mind conditions as well, and you have to see the opposition as well. So we like consistency, we like to back players, we like to give them another chance. Like we've said, Test cricket is not the easiest gig in the world, so you want your players to sort of taste Test cricket as much as possible and obviously perform through that belief from the team management.
Everybody talking about the pitch. Do you have a theory about it?
No theories. You have to wait and see how it plays. Obviously, the preparation has been a bit different, and everyone's seen that. So until both teams have batted on it, we'll keep our opinions to ourselves.
Series victory on the line. Pakistan haven't won a series for so long.
Look, I think it's a huge opportunity. We're very excited about it. I mean, playing a great team like England in our home conditions, the opportunity is there. But again, it's day by day. If we can have a good day one, we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much and good luck for the game. So the news out here in the centre is England have won the toss and surprise, surprise, have chosen to bat.
About the Pakistan team as well. Remember, they've gone unchanged completely. We'll be talking more about them, whether they could have had that extra seamer or stuck to the same team. Lots to talk about on pitch side. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break. Right, we're back on pitch side, and the news from the centre is that England has won the toss and they have decided to bat first. For Pakistan, they're going unchanged. Amir, would you have wanted to see an extra seamer? Didn't get to see much of Zahid Mahmood in that last test.
There was a chat of bringing in Muhammad Ali, but they have decided to go with the same team. They're back till number 8. You can expect a lot of resistance from Numan Ali and Sajid. Plenty of bowling options. But you know, when you talk about this game and dependency on winning the toss, when you prepare for a certain game, toss is not the given that you're going to win. So you got to have contingency plan. And I think Shan Masood in this innings, especially first inning, he has to learn or find a way to use Zahid Mahmood, because the spinners might not be able to get that vicious turn which was available in Multan. So he has to be very intelligent in order to use these 3 spinners.
Well, for that to happen, the pitch needs to offer them plenty of assistance. A lot has been talked about this general pitch that we've seen. But, Pakistan would be hoping that they get the kind of results that they saw in Multan with that kind of pitch. So we're ready with the pitch report. It's over to Aruj Mumtaz and Nasir Hussain.
In Rawalpindi to discuss the 22 yards for this final test. Well, it's been baked, cooked, raked, everything under the sun. I've got NAS alongside, 2 massive industrial fans, heaters, all sorts.
It's had everything going. If you follow social media, you'd have seen all the pictures. They've had patio heaters at both ends, industrial sides fans. They've had ground staff trying to scarify it. It still looks a pretty good surface. It looks a bit cracked, more cracked than you'd expect before a ball goes down on it. You can see where these cracks, and if you go back to Multan, it was where those cracks met. That is where it started to turn, but this looks rock hard. You can see where they have tried to just scarify and scrub it. There's some little grooves there. It looks a good pitch. It may turn as the sun gets down on it. The other thing I just want to bear in mind is the outfield and the square. The square is very green. The outfield is very lush. I don't know how much reverse swing we're going to get this week. Last time England were here, in the second innings, Leach got the final wicket, Nazim Shah, LBW, but the 9 wickets before that fell to reverse swing, Robinson, Anderson and Stokes. I'm not sure how much you're going to get that this week.
Well, I mean, other numbers also tell us, you said it might turn. Historically, the Pindi surface are best for fast bowling, 2.5 and 2.8 degrees of average turn, although they did leave grass in the Pindi surfaces. But from a batting point of view, you've already mentioned, it looks a very, very good track. The question, Nas, is both sides have gone predominant spin. Will it turn, and when do you see that happening?
Well, I think it'll be a good pitch for a couple of days. The other thing to bear in mind, it's not as hot here as it was in Multan. In the mornings and evenings, it's pretty cool. In the middle of the day, it is hot. You've done all this work on the pitch. I reckon for a couple of days, it'll be flat and then it will spin. I honestly believe, for the sake of this series and Test match cricket, it needs to spin. Last thing you need is a complete road for 5 days.
Well, Nasser Hussain saying that for a couple of days it will stay flat. Amir, you wanted to add something about the pitch?
Look, they were mentioning about reverse swing, and one thing intelligent done by the ground staff, they realized that English fast bowlers, they were getting a lot of reverse swing by just roughing up the square, but this time around they haven't. So that house is covered.
All right. Have you seen such big fans in your life before near a pitch? DG, I've never seen such massive ones, but they seem to be doing the job.
No, over the years, over many years, I've seen some extraordinary things in terms of persuading pitches to behave as they are intended. But no, seeing those enormous industrial fans at either end was novel, was new. But yes, I think we accept that. You know, its home advantage is not to be ignored. Now, if you have control over a ground on the pitch and you know where your best chances lie, i.e. with spin bowling against this England batting lineup, well, you'll do everything you can. Whether it's going to be enough, I mean, okay, again, we have to say again that the toss is important. Nasser's comment that the pitch is likely to be a very good pitch for a couple of days means that if England bat anything like the way they batted here 2 years ago, they all put a lot of runs on the board, and that kind of
I just want to add one thing. You know, with these fans, it tells you there is life in pitch, and under this heat, you need some cooling.
Right. Right. Absolutely, absolutely. So they're multi-purpose, basically. Anyway, on that note, we'll take a short breather. Be back just in a bit. Winning the toss then and batting first. A great toss to win, considering, DG, traditionally Rawalpindi has a record. If you win the toss and decide to bat first, you've got a better chance of winning.
It is so simple. It's so straightforward, isn't it? I mean, last time they had to work really hard to win here. I mean, if you remember 2 years ago, they won with 10 minutes to spare before the light faded on day 5. Light is going to be a problem, I think, again at the end of the days here as well. But, I mean, I would have loved to have taken a picture of both faces when that coin came down. You know, for Ben Stokes, tails, he's called tails all the way through. Yes, for the first time he wins the toss. This is the toss of all tosses he wanted to win, well, maybe the second test as well. Shan, unlucky.
Quick thoughts then, Amir. Pakistan.
Look, what Pakistan, they have to keep on reminding themselves about that Bangladeshi game where they scored 448 and still lost the game. So they need to have a heart to be able to deal with losing the toss.
All right, they will definitely need, that is something that they'll need to deal with, and we're hoping that they can restrict England as well. The fans are coming in nicely as well. The Barmy Army is here. We're ready for the action. All of that after this break.
Pakistan rode on these virtues from 4 men to script a stirring turnaround in their fortunes in the second test. A run machine in the domestic circuit, Kamran Ghulam had an agonizing long wait for his test debut. But the replacement for Babar Azam stepped on the big stage with a rousing 100.
And a first test 100 in his first test innings for Kamran Ghulam. A moment he will never forget.
Salman Ali Agha played 2 plucky knocks, batting with the tailenders. A prolific scorer in the first-class arena, he once again justified why he is Mr. Dependable of the Pakistan Test side.
Like that, there is a beautiful hit down the ground. He goes to his 9th Test match 50 in style.
38 years old, Noman Ali made a gallant return with a magical performance.
Gone. 5-wicket haul for Noman Ali.
A truly spectacular effort from the left-arm spinner, who has been out of the team for over a year.
Has that been taken? Pakistan record their victory.
But the real showstopper was Sajid Khan, another comeback hero who demolished England with his guile and accuracy.
Oh, Bolden, beauty! Savage is on one here. Oh, beauty!
High on confidence, the 2 match winners are raring to go at Rawalpindi, expected to be another trial by spin for the embattled England side. Will Ben Stokes and his men bounce back in the decider, or will Pakistan sign off with a fairy tale win?
Hello and welcome to Bengal Flop.
He has a great chance to try and dominate the game and control the game by making big runs, as they did last time. And again, the thing that's going to be so important is the pace at which they make their runs, and they scored at a phenomenal rate 2 years ago. If they do that again, that just puts so much pressure on Pakistan, almost whatever happens with the pitch.
Getting ready for the battle then. Pakistan losing the toss and will have to field now. Pakistan in a huddle, and the talk will be to strike in the first session. Different tactics, different attitude will be needed, required to see off England's threat of hitting them out of the park. I think England boys will be looking to attack from ball number 1.
Well, if you remember 2 years ago, Crawley, Duckett, everyone had a go at it. It didn't turn on day one. It was the flattest pitch of all time. And the absolute key was the pace at which England scored. So I'd have thought, I mean, my guesswork here is this: Pakistan, whatever they do at the start, one of the things in the back of their minds, in fact at the front of their minds, for Captain Shan Masood and all the bowling attack, is not to let England get away to a flyer. Both these men waiting to take their place on the field here, you know, Crawley and Duckett, both of them score quickly. If you see the ball going to the boundary too often, you've got to do something very, very quickly to stem that flow. Otherwise, England will get a long way away very, very quickly. But there is, as they say, everything to play for. 1-1 in the series, which is great to have that sort of interest in a 3-match series at the end of it all. So we wait with bated breath to see what happens next.
Zach Crawley, I think, should like the surface. Last time he played here, he was flawless. 50 matches now for him, 90 innings, very good track record. He'll have a partner that likes to get cracking. That's for the 50th appearance for England. A momentous occasion in his Test career. Ben Duckett, his average is in the 40s, 29 matches, is a complete entertainer and plays spin brilliantly. 11 50s, 400s. Right, so Sajid Khan is going to start the proceedings for Pakistan. He's absolutely unstoppable in that first innings where he picked up 8 wickets. Became tremendous strike force on a surface that helped him. There's a slip and a short leg in place, and so very early in the piece we'd be able to know how much this pitch is going to turn. It tests you differently if you're an opener, playing spin up front with the new ball. Here we go, first ball of the third test. And spin straight away, that one kept low as well. Would have been a perfect delivery for Ben Duckett. So early indication, spin and low bounce.
Right, let's just hang on a moment. It's beaten bat, pads, keeper. It's brought some bemused expressions all around. I mean, I think that's taken people by surprise. Yes, it was expected to turn this pitch, but not necessarily that far from the first ball. Let's just have a look at a few more.
Well, the pace is important as well, the pace of the pitch. You feel England play better cricket on pitches that come onto the bat. They go at it pretty hard. Duckett's slightly different because he sweeps and goes square of the wicket. Think of Ollie Pope coming in next as well. He likes to go hard at the ball. And that's where England just got to be careful. If it is slow and low, use their wrists and work the ball around.
Oh yes, buddy.
This ball will also have natural variations. It's a brand new ball, so may just straighten off the surface. I'm sure Sajid will be looking to use the natural variations. Oh, beautifully bowled. Nice line.
Yeah, nice pace too. I think you quite rightly said it's likely to be slightly slower here than it was in Multan in that second test match. So a bit of pace on the ball. You've got brand new ball, brand new seam. That's a great line because Duckett's committed to play at it, and the turn is enough to beat the bat.
It's a deep point in place as well for Ben Duckett. That's also for his reverse sweep. It's a good start by Sajid Khan. Just one on the board for England.
Two years ago, there was about 10 on the board. Yeah, early signs then. Early signs for both these teams to look at. Turning ball was predicted. Quite how much and how often, we will see as the day develops. But both teams packed with spinners. Just to remind you, Rian Ahmed comes in for his first game of this series for England.
England pinning their bowling hopes on three spinners. They bowl magnificently as a pair. Noman Ali and Sajid Khan bowl a lot of overs. Noman Ali bowled 44.5 overs in that test match. And Sajid 42.3. So plenty of work under the belt.
अंदर है वैसे पता नहीं वो शायद पापा ने क्यों बहुत अंदर है नहीं ठीक है शायद इधर ही
Trying to get the angle right. Rizwan very keen to get that point fielder in position. Off the mark, Zach Crawley.
I think it's a good thing, even though they have Amir Jamal, who could have taken the new ball. Crawley against Noman Ali was a key battle in the last game, and Noman Ali got him out twice. First innings driving at a ball that was length, and he nicked it on review, given out. And then second innings completely deceiving him with flight and drop. So I think this is a good move from Pakistan. Just test Crawley against spin up front, and Noman Ali in particular.
A little uppish. Takes a bit of time really to settle down and measure the pace of the ball and how much it'll bounce.
Yeah, that's last shot is what I'll talk about. With hard hands on these pitches, England like to go at it hard, and it just grips, and it looks at the moment to be slow and just sticking in the wicket a fraction.
Yeah, I personally think it's a good time just to have a really good look at it. You know, brand new pitch. They played on two pitches in Multan, obviously. New stadium, new pitch. You have to try and get used to the pace, the bounce. Try and understand how much it is going to turn, whether it's going to do it regularly or not.
Oh yes.
Settled into a nice line. That is where he usually attacks from that line and then gets one to straighten off the surface of the straight for leg before shout.
Oh yes, Boxy!
Steady over from Noman. It's 5 without a wicket down, England.
The other thing to bear in mind on this surface is the lack of traffic on it. There's only going to be 3 seamers bowling on it, and they're not going to be bowling much, not in the first couple of days maybe. Often the ball spins off the footholes of the follow-through, and if you look at the makeup of both the sides, just 3 seamers, it's only going to be the spin that's going to be following through on it as well.
Yeah, he's definitely getting more spin compared to Noman Ali. And that's the other interesting aspect. What varieties will get more purchase out of the surface? Yeah, Bashir turned it the most. Sajid 4.4 degrees. Noman spun it as much.
Oh!
It's a small sample size, but you feel that there's more in it for Sajid than a left-arm spinner.
Well, Sajid does get good revs on the ball. That's the thing. He gives it a real good twist.
Oh yeah!
Actually, the 1-2 balls ago was potential tester, because Duckett had gone slightly back. It was still quite full. If it had gripped that time, he wouldn't have had much time to react and do anything about it. But luckily for him, it went pretty much straight on.
Oh yes, buddy.
That line's good. That's a really good line, because if it carries on, it's attacking the off stump. If it grips at all, you're attacking the outside edge. I was wondering how long it's going to be before Duckett starts to play some of his usual tricks.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
It's got to be some kind of a record that Duckett hasn't played the sweep shot yet. 11 balls.
Yeah, second innings he got him out sweeping, but that on that Multan pitch, which was what, day 7, day 8, day 9, the ball was bouncing. This one is low bounce, and I think the sweep is a better option for Duckett. I hope he doesn't put that shot away. He certainly won't put it away.
There's a sweep shot. There's the appeal, probably hitting him outside the stumps. Not given by the umpire. They're not going to probably ask for DRS as well. Cap is returned to Sajid. It's 6 without a wicket.
Yeah, the long reach of Crawley, sweeping on line really, trying to get his pad outside the line, and he did manage to get that pad outside the line.
For the second time, Pak have started first innings of a test at home with 2 spinners. The last time it was also versus England in Karachi in 2022.
Play and a miss. Yeah, that last, the first sweep shot of the day, the last ball of the previous over. Impact well outside, and that's exactly what Crawley is trying to do, get the second line of defence in place, playing it on line, perfectly safe.
Oh yeah.
The other thing from batting point of view is to find your angles on a surface like this. So what suits you from batting perspective? Probably playing with a straighter bat. It's a slow pitch, it's a low bounce pitch so far. It appears as if the ball is not going to jump at you.
Oh yeah, good ball.
Slow in pace, more flight from Noman Ali. He disguises it so well. Every now and then you see a little bit of variation from him to befuddle the batsman.
Yeah, sort of more old-fashioned flight and guile. And as Nasser pointed out, it worked very nicely against Crawley. Second innings at Multan, just luring him down, overbalancing, stumped by a good yard or so.
Oh yes, mate.
But yes, it's 2 very different sorts of bowler here. Less turn obvious for Noman. More revs on the ball for Sajid Khan, more energy on the ball from Sajid.
Here's the first sweep and he misses it. So watchful start from England. Normally they dominate and taking their time. Flight hitting him outside the line. Eight without a wicket.
Yeah, a couple of sweeps, a reverse sweep. You can see the lack of pace. I think that's also a good option from Noman Ali, because the sweep shot, you're waiting for it and waiting for it. It's a real battle of attrition at the moment. No pace, no bounce on against a side that really want to go hard. Be a fascinating first hour. If they can just hold back England, where they can get used to this low bounce and no pace.
Oh yes, buddy.
Shan Masood has got options in the spin department, but he also must understand the value of keeping Sajid and Noman fresh. It's going to be a long haul, long bowling stints for them. Looking at how the surface has responded so far, so you got to use them intelligently also, not overuse them. That's a nice shot, beautifully timed through the offside. Duckett gets going with a cracking four.
Well, he's had a longer look than normal, has Ben Duckett. See the nice revs on the ball. You see some turn on the ball as well. But that reconnaissance for the last quarter of an hour or so means that he's starting to get attuned to the pace and bounce of the pitch. But he's timed that better than anything so far today.
Inshallah, inshallah.
So far played with soft hands, Ben Duckett, except for those two sweeps that he attempted to play. Otherwise it's been about timing the ball and adjusting to the low bouncy surface here. Catch it is the call. Will it be taken? Noman Ali is after it. Not to be. Mistiming that one, Ben Duckett, and surviving narrowly. 15 without a wicket.
Yeah, they probably needed a younger, more athletic mid on there. Noman Ali took ages to turn, and he didn't get there in the end. Toe end of the bat from Duckett. First sign of real aggression using his feet.
Well, we've seen a couple of contrasting examples there. One extra cover drive from Duckett, beautifully timed. The attempt to go down the ground, mistimed because the ball's not coming on, it's not bouncing, you can't get underneath it. So I think England have got to be as smart as they possibly can here to work out what's on, what's not on in terms of the shots they can play. And there will be what we call natural variation in terms of that bounce as well.
That's the thing I've got from the first 5 overs of this game, is not the spin, there's only a little bit of that, is the lack of bounce. That is absolutely what the first 31 deliveries have shown us. It is bouncing ankle high, and captains and batters and bowlers have to adjust to that.
Oh yes, Popsy. Bara de Jamala bara. Atolo na bara ugora. Niye walad de. Garjira garji.
That's a nice sweep shot and hits the fence in no time. Beautifully timed by Crawley this time.
Yeah, give him the chance, because Nouman Ali just drifted a little bit down the leg side here. A little bit of a top edge, but by and large good contact. But yeah, it was the line that gave Crawley the opportunity here.
It's a no ball as well. So important for England to start well here, because the entire dugout will be looking at them. They'll be a little nervous also how the pitch will play, and so far Crawley and Duckett have managed things quite nicely, sending a strong message back to the dugout that things are under control.
Oh! One bad shot, give us couple of wicket, buddy.
It's been scrutinized, trying to parch the surface by using patio heaters, windbreakers, industrial fans, you name it. It's quite a spectacle. Easily done by Crawley, 22 without a wicket.
Yeah, one of the things that all those waiting to bat will be doing keenly is just trying as far as they can to assess how the pitch looks to them from a distance, judging by the way that these two have started. So batsmen will inevitably start to make their own plans as to what shots they might think about using on a day like this, as and when required. It's interesting because that serve, I mean, Nas, you looked at it very carefully first thing this morning. I walked out there as well. It looks a nice surface. Sometimes, of course, looks can be deceiving.
Well, it's just the unknown, isn't it? It's like the last test. No one knew what it was going to be like to play on a used test surface. We found out. Now we're going to find out what it's going to be like to play on a pitch that's had patio heaters at either end. I'm guarantee no one's ever done that before.
Oh yeah!
It's too cold here in Islamabad, hence patio heaters. It appeared as if two Cessnas have been parked along the surface. Oh, spin, but once again, lack of bounce, lack of pace. That's going to be the nagging thing for the spinners here. You get the ball to spin, yet it allows, or maybe beat the batsman first time around, yet lack of pace allows him to get into some kind of position.
Well, time for the first really important message of the day. Just to remind you about Super Soft Premium Detergent. Cleans like a dream.
Catch it!
It's Upish and into the gap for 4. There was a mid-wicket fielder and a square leg fielder. It beat them quite well.
That's twice it's gone exactly the same place off the 2 spinners, and it's something that Shan has not quite got right in both the test matches at Multan and now here. He has that man, neither one nor t'other, for the fine sweep or the hard sweep, and twice it's gone to his left. And also he's got to be in 10 for the top edge. Shan just getting him in 10 now.
Rizwan anticipated that quite smartly. The keeper's position to leg slip position. 29 without a wicket down, England. Much cooler conditions compared to Multan. At least the first session will be a lot cooler for the players.
That was so slow, wasn't it? I mean, that was just flight at its most deliberately slow. Duckett seemed to be waiting for hours to get the bat down.
A little ungainly, but he manages to pick a run.
Wouldn't mind an early look at Amir Jamal. With the lack of bounce, would he just go split field and bowl straight, go LBW and bowled, just to see if it's just really low for the seamer. It won't do much, seam or swing or reverse swing. Try and bowl for LBW and bowled with the low bounce.
The way he bowls, Noman Ali, comes from old school. Flights the ball, tries to deceive the batsman in the air. I think this pitch demands him to maybe hit the deck a little hard, because he's not going to get a lot of purchase as far as pace or bounce is concerned. He's got to create something out of his own. Chalk out a different strategy.
Well, in terms of the paces this over, the first 3 balls below 80 Ks, below 50 miles an hour. And most spinners operate, should we say, in terms of miles per hour, between sort of 55 and 60, with the odd slow ball, the odd quicker ball. So those first 3 deliberately allowed to hang in the air. And it does make timing the ball here. You've got to, as a batsman, you've then got to get some pace into the ball from somewhere. Makes timing harder. It's almost imperceptible. If you just look at the data, 76, 74, 77 Ks, then 82, 83, so up into the low 50s. Doesn't make a huge difference, but it's just a bit of a guessing game at the other end.
England 32 without a loss.
Nice, David. The over 8 would be like your era here, wouldn't it? Eh? Although you were probably 8 ball overs, David. So.
Thank you, Nas.
But 8 overs, 9 overs and half hour, maybe even get 18 overs an hour.
There was, you're right, there is, you have to take in cultural differences. There were no real sort of rules about over 8s way back. So if you wanted to dally and talk and have a cup of tea in between, umpires did their best to jolly things along, but had no real powers to do so. And yes, I did play with 8-ball overs. 78, first tour of Australia.
Big shot this time. It's a much better connection for 4. Earlier tried one and almost got caught at mid-on. Not this time.
Yeah, got really close to it. That's one of the key things. If a ball isn't coming onto you off a pitch like this and you're not quite there, it's going to be even harder to get it under, or get it over, get it underneath it, get it over. And I'll tell you what, that short extra cover position comes into play as well, because if you're playing these shots and you are mistiming it by even a fraction, the tiniest fraction of a second, and it goes aerial, he's in play.
Oh yeah!
So that's the difference between Sajid and Numan. Sajid happy to fire that sort of delivery in. Okay, it's not gripped enough to turn, but if it does just grip a little bit, it gets dangerous.
He's flowing through the offside. It's a pitch where you don't have to take a lot of risk, and I think sweeping can be a bit risky on a low bounce. Can be conventional and convincing.
I know.
38 without a wicket.
Steady start for England, who won what everybody thinks is a pretty important toss here. Rawalpindi, they've made 38 from 9 overs, so 9 overs in the first half hour. Good over rate, as we'd imagine it would be with 2 spinners in operation. A warm day here in Pindi, not quite as warm as in Multan. We've moved a little north in the country, so cooler mornings, cooler evenings, but still pretty warm. Not much shade for the fans unless you're in the more expensive seats behind the bowler's arm. But a decent number of England supporters here for this deciding test match. Crawley and Duckett. Crawley given his 50th cap by Duckett before the start of play. The odd ball has spun, albeit slowly. There was a big smile that came on Sajid Khan's face after the very first ball of the game, which spun down the leg side. But since then, Bazid and Aruj, just the odd ball that has spun, and rather slowly.
Morning Atas, morning Rouge, morning everybody. Yeah, there's been so much talk pre-game about the surface, how it will play. A little outside edge, run away, they'll come back for 2. A lot of attention on the pitch, big fans, heaters, everything, brushes, everything, trying to make it turn. It's a tough ask because Rawalpindi, the soil just refuses to break. You called Multan pitch stubborn. Welcome to Rawalpindi.
Morning Aruj, how are you? Did the break treat you well?
Morning, Ath, Baz, everyone else. Yeah, it was lovely. Lovely to go back home for a bit. And Karachi just happened to be hotter than Multan, which wasn't the most pleasant bit, but yeah, it's been good. It's been good. And
I mentioned that the over 8 is good, but there is a hold up right now just because of that gap in the sight screen, which is right behind the bowler's arm. Crawley would much prefer the sight screen to be all white. Generally, Crawley has looked to be more aggressive against Sajid Khan, the off-spinner. Duckett more aggressive against Noman Ali, the left-arm spinner. So when the ball is spinning back into the batsman, that's when they've looked to be more aggressive.
The only thing that I can say here is that yes, it's supposed to spin, and it's almost like Shan Masood also thinking back to that Multan Test match. First over, and he spread the field. The only thing you can say is first over of the Test match, new pitch, new surroundings. We know the modern way is to try and defend, but if you allow singles, you saw Duckett not sweep in the initial part of the innings, you allow singles straight away. I don't think that's really thinking on your feet. Yes, once this partnership develops, you do push it out, but it's quite a surprise that even in the very first ball that delivers, you had boundary riders.
Well, it took Duckett all of 4 overs before he unveiled his first sweep today, which by his standards is quite conservative, but both of them actually just took a look for 4 overs to try and size up the conditions, the pitch, the pace of it. It's pretty slow right now.
Oh,
41 for none. Some of the graduates from that university been on the pitch. Contracted in to work on the pitch in preparation for this Test match. The Agriculture University.
Oh yes, buddy.
Baz, out of the entire commentary team, you're a local expert here. And you already mentioned historically the surface is here best suited for batting and obviously the quicker bowlers. How do you, I mean, obviously still a long way to go and still very early part in this Test match, but when you're trying to change the innate nature of the surface here, with everything from industrial heaters to fans, we haven't seen a Pindi surface turn. I mean, albeit in Bangladesh they left grass on it. An average degrees of turn very, very less here. How do you see this one playing out, given you are the local expert?
Oh yeah, beautiful white.
Yeah, they made sure there was no moisture. They tried with those fans and those heaters, and I think they also made sure that the water supply to Rawalpindi was cut, that no water comes even close to Rawalpindi. Yeah, they tried everything. They tried brushes, they tried just to roughen it up, but you still think that a couple of days it won't react that much.
Oh yeah.
Into the offside and single. That ends the 11th. Is 43 without loss. But the other factor here is that now we're at the end of, almost towards the end of October. You don't get a lot of sunshine, as in days get shorter and the sun's not beating down on the surface. Ideally you want, when you dry it up so much and you put so much work on it, you want the sun to take effect. That is, well, he's had a look at Multan surface for about 25 times over the 9 days. I don't know this surface. He's been here before the game and looked at it. And I think you're going to go to that university as well, apply there.
Well, it looked a good pitch to bat first on to me. That's all I know. I'm not a local, but I reckon you'd want to be winning the toss and batting first. There was a huge cheer from the small group of England supporters when that coin came down in Stokes' favour this morning.
It was the loudest bit of cheer that went up the minute the coin came down in his favour in a very quiet Pindi Stadium earlier in the morning. He was a happy man. I guess so were the England team.
Maybe it was to do with the company that he was in. That's why he was so happy.
You left yourself nowhere to go at the toss, didn't you? Normally a commentator would say, what are you doing? And you basically demanded that he bat first almost. You'd have got the shock of your life if he said, no, we'll have a bowl.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably working against the spin, just a touch, and no man hands to head. He felt he wasn't far away from getting a leading edge there. He's a nice flight bowler, Noman Ali. He doesn't put as much energy on the ball as Sajid Khan. He's not as big a spinner of the ball, but his threat, certainly on a first day pitch, is going to be more in the gentle changes of flight. Outside the line, a fancy. It's quite a confident appeal from Noman and from Mohammad Rizwan, so they'll have a conversation here with Shan Masood. And for the first time today, Pakistan will send a decision upstairs.
Given not out, LBW. TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked both feeds. It's a fair delivery. Front on replay, please. Ball is close to the bat. You can go to the ultra edge when it's ready. No bat withdrawal, flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to the ball tracking. Original decision is not out. Pitch outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. Cycle, you can stay with the original decision, not out. You're on the screen, you can signal now.
One imagines that the DRS, the 3 DRS reviews allowed for each team in this game are going to be very important. There's going to be a lot of spin bowled, low bounce, bit of spin. You expect a lot of LBW calls to be made. So Pakistan have already lost 1 review now in the first dozen overs of the innings. The way Crawley played that just shows you how slow this pitch is. He really had to wait. It was a slightly shorter ball. Disappointment for Shan, who now is down to 2 reviews, and contrasting emotions for Duckett. Swept on length rather than line and swept firmly by Crawley. Wouldn't want to be missing it from that line, but picked the length perfectly. And England's 50 is up in a dozen overs.
Yeah, you mentioned it took them about 4 and a bit overs to gauge what the surface was doing. Both of them very good players of spin. Zach Crawley once again gets to the pitch of the ball and puts it away to the boundary.
Duckett unveils one of his many varieties of sweep shots, this time the fine dab. A 3.
Well, on to more important things at the moment. Bank Al-Falah. Multiple benefits, they're the way forward. As are the two English batters up the order, prolific numbers together as a pair, individually as well. And both very good players of spin in their contrasting styles. And you mentioned, I think we mentioned this quite a few times, over a dozen or just about around about a dozen different sweeps and reverse sweeps for Ben Duckett. Saw him in that first innings in Multan pretty much go through the entire repertoire.
Usually Abdullah Shafiq, who's in the firing line at short leg.
Just be aware. Position head ट्राउजर नीचे करो, ऊपर से ट्राउजर ऊपर से नीचे करो. Yeah. So head start. Trousers like.
Not a good shot from Crawley, who misread the length really and then found himself in no man's land and looking to hit the ball against the spin.
Yeah, once again, not getting into a position and throws his hands at it.
Oh yes, ball mate. Oh yes, buddy.
Good pace, good line from Sajid Khan, 54 for none.
Yeah, PCB doing their part. It's for all of you fans. You can get your tickets at pcb.tcs.com.pk for this test match. Entry is free in the premium enclosures on the 24th of October. That is today. So make your way down there. This test match sets up to be a nice one. It is the decider. 1-1 series is leveled at. Hopefully over the weekend. The weather also a lot better. We'll have the fans coming in.
कि उस DRS को कितना यकीन किया जाए.
Well, one imagines that the leg spinner Sahid Mahmood will have a bit more work to do at some stage in this game. He was sparingly used in Multan as Noman Ali and Sajid Khan took all the 20 wickets to fall, did the bulk of the bowling. There was some thought that Pakistan might have switched the balance of their team and brought an extra seamer in, but that's not to be the case, and that means that the leg spinner will have to bowl.
It was England that went the other way with 3 spinners. They've been forced or just made sure that they have enough spinners in their 11.
The umpire just had a quiet word with Shan in the previous over. It's about covering that protective equipment. Just telling him that if any of the inner equipment is visible and the ball does touch it, there will be penalty runs. So it has to be covered.
I hadn't realised actually it had come off the boot on the full, and it ballooned towards mid-wicket and landed about 5 yards short of mid-wicket, not that far away. Lovely from Noman Ali, who had Crawley in that second test match in Multan. He's posing a threat to him again.
We talked about the subtle changes that he has in flight, in pace. That's where he draws Crawley forward. Now, interestingly, Noman operates without a gully most times. Whatever evidence we've got from the surface that it is quite slow, and with him bowling even slower, there's more chances of the ball actually going squarer. Even the previous test was surprised that he didn't use the gully at all, and again he's just operating with that sole slip. He is very close, Salman Ali Agha. You know that there's not a lot of pace on the surface. Also, slow the surface, the squarer you go. So maybe there is a opportunity for a gully.
Field change, Abdullah Shafiq going from short leg to silly point, a position that has become more or less redundant since the advent of DRS. You don't see it used anywhere near as much as in the days before DRS, when batters played bat and pad together. Crawley drives straight into the hands of backward point. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Noman Ali, who flighted it beautifully outside the off stump, held it back a fraction, drew Crawley into the drive, and Pakistan have their first.
A field change work. Straight away a silly mid-off, and Crawley goes hard at it. It is floated up by Noman Ali outside off, stretching, reaching for it, edging it towards point. Plan comes together, and that's why they're so happy. Crawley goes for 29, England 56 for 1.
Pakistan have prized open England's opening partnership with the wicket of Zach Crawley. 50 was put on the board by the two openers in a dozen overs, but a moment ago, beautiful piece of bowling from Noman Ali. A lovely flighted delivery outside off stump, drawing Crawley into a drive that flew in the air to backward point, and that brings a man to the crease who could do with some runs really in this series. Ollie Pope's had a quiet time of it, missed out in that run fest in the first test at Multan, and then was dismissed twice. I mean, got himself in by Sajid Khan in the second test. Well, he's definitely spun the ball more, Sajid Khan, of the two. He's definitely getting more purchase off the surface. Noman Ali asking questions in the air.
Yeah, lovely piece of bowling. Yeah, beautiful. This was really nicely done, well flighted. Just draws Zach Crawley forward, and the field change prior to the ball was important as well. It worked.
Oh yes, buddy.
Peter Duckett and his sweeping as he gets very low. I mean, he's a short man anyway, but he gets very, very low in the way that he plays the shot, and that's important on this pitch. There's not much bounce. Lovely, beautiful bowl. Lovely piece of bowling, this from Sajid Khan.
Salman Ali Agha at first slip was off. He gets a great seam position for that off spin. And Salman Ali Agha, just out of screen there, was off. He thought it was an edge. He was celebrating.
Really good over from Sajid. England find themselves 56 for 1. Well, a couple of changes for England for this third deciding test match. Gus Atkinson back in the team after resting in the second test match, and Rayan Ahmed, as England changed the balance of their team. So two seamers out, a seamer and a spinner in. Abdullah Shafiq goes back to short leg. Shan brings long off. Well, he's hovering now, about halfway back. There's still an easy single there if Pope wants one.
Yeah, and the questions from behind this, Salman Ali Agha asking Shan Masood if he can bring that deep cover in to save the single. I think Shan Masood of the opinion to it's a no ball, overstepping Noman Ali. Maybe Shan Masood of the opinion that he wants Pope to push out for that one through the offside. Yeah, over. Line belongs to the umpire. Another little tinker now, but wicket goes to a cover, and there's a short extra cover in place.
Noman Ali and Sajid Khan, they've been bowling since that first innings, last test match in Multan. 14.2 overs unchanged and 33 in the second innings, and today 15.1. So all in all, around 63 overs that they've been unchanged. It's the off spinner and the left arm spinner. That is the complete attack for Pakistan.
We were wondering in that second test match in Multan when Zahid Mahmood will be given the ball. And
Shahzad Pindi.
Yeah, well, he did. He said he played his part. He was running around in the field, wasn't required because of the situation the game ended up in. And the bowling spin duo, they bowled extremely well in partnerships.
Wait on.
Well, obviously Pakistan turning selection processes, selection committees on its head, and it's worked. They provided a surface, albeit a used one, which is conducive to the spinners, and got two spinners very experienced from the domestic setup, and it's clicked.
Oh yes, Popsy. Good ball.
And really good also in how they delivered, they execute. Obviously they got the numbers and the years behind them in domestic, and so contrasting energy behind the ball and in the action from Sajid, flight and variations of pace from Noman.
Yeah, wait.
Pope can't get himself off the mark. He's looking to pierce that offside field, but pitch is slow and it's hard to get pace on the ball. With a change again to the field, with Abdullah Shafiq coming to silly point and mid-wicket in place as well. End of the first hour.
On to Pakistan's leading home appliance brand, Super Asia.
Just offered a little bit, slow and low. And it's been all spin. Same two, Noman and Sajid.
Oh yes, buddy.
Which means the over rate is excellent. 16 overs in that first hour. Amir, how's this played? A lot of talk about this pitch, as I said. How's this played compared to your average Rawalpindi pitch after an hour?
You know, whenever you try and tinker with this pitch, it doesn't respond well.
Oh yeah.
Gets very slow. And if, as a batter, you bat with discerning eye, plenty of runs to be had on this pitch. We haven't seen many deliveries turning from the stumps. So as a bowler, you really need to work hard.
What were your pearls of wisdom for the Australian fast bowler, now Pakistan coach Jason Gillespie? He's tried that before and he's not got it past that man. He does this time, and the outfield is quick.
Yeah, you've got to be risky as a batter to do well here. A reverse sweep, roll of the wrist, help him play the ball all along the ground. There were no pearls from me, to be honest. I was asking him, have you got what you wanted?
Win the toss and bat.
Good!
Down the pitch now, hit hard and flat. And that will hurt Sajid. It may have been a chance, but it was a really tricky one, low to his left. 63 for one.
Well, if it was a chance, it was a real tough one. Duckett hitting this extremely hard. Very tough chance. It was a reaction. He just threw his left hand at it. And as a result, he's in a bit of pain. It's not his bowling hand, which is one thing, but he's tottering down to the boundary, shaking his left hand. That was an immensely difficult chance. Played the sweep shot, actually, Ben Duckett, quite as much as I thought he would. Once we saw that first ball turn, I think he's more concerned perhaps with the sweep if it skids on, hits him on the shin. But one thing he has been able to do of late with his game is that type of shot, advance down and hit down the ground strong and straight.
Yeah, it's something he's been working on, realising that sides will put fielders square of the wicket. Duckett trying to hit down the ground. Pope yet to get off the mark. Oh, doesn't carry. That's the problem with this surface. I described it as a slow, low turner, so if you find the edge, even with Pope pushing out in front, it will rarely carry to slip. That didn't.
We've seen that shot, though, a lot, haven't we, from Ollie Pope, just outside off stump, and he's going hard at it. He was trying to open the face and get it into point for a single. He goes at the ball so hard.
Off the mark now.
Marcus Trescothick is not here for England and their coaching department because he's heading off to the Caribbean for the white ball stuff, but sometimes at Taunton, when the pitches were spinny, low and slow, he would field at slip for the spinners in a helmet and on his knees. We might be seeing some of that as we go through the test.
And it has to be slightly wider.
Yeah, please.
It has been good, Noman. Not afraid to flight the ball, and he has maintained good lines and lengths.
Down the pitch, down the ground. We've been talking about that's what he's been working on. One bounce and goes for 4.
Left-hander to a left armour, it's an easier shot to come down. You can see he can come at the line of the ball a little bit. He doesn't get too close to it, but his head is perfectly in line with it. And although he's hitting it dead straight, he's sort of hitting with the spin. Very powerful, good shot.
Yeah, there is a long on out there, so you have to be careful not to drag it. Mid-off in play, doesn't carry. Diving forward. Shah nearly got there, good effort.
Very good from Noman. He was hit for a boundary with a batter using feet, was not afraid to fly the ball, almost got wicket number 2. Excellent bowling.
Yeah, good battle this.
Catch it!
On the pitch again this time. The fielding's good from short mid-wicket. 68 for 1.
Yeah, he just kept in control of his bat long enough so he didn't skim it to straight mid-wicket. It's a good battle. It's almost like Duckett's decided, right, this over, I'm going to really put him under pressure. A couple of times, 3 times down the pitch, 1 for 4, 1 nearly carrying to mid-off, then mid-wicket.
That's off stump. That's off. Right him over.
9 apiece, Sajid and Noman Ali. Sajid now with that battle. We've watched the battle Noman Ali against Duckett in the last over. This is a key one. Sajid got Pope out twice in the last test match driving. It's a better shot hitting with the spin. Let's have a look at those 2 dismissals. First innings a push. And the second innings was a push as well, caught and bowled.
I think the second one was a really unusual one. The first one, I'm going to give a bit of credit to the bowler. I think Sajid got it to drop. But you can see it's very full, and that line is a long way outside off stump.
Catch it!
This time he goes leg side, working with the spin. You may just want to leave extra cover open. He's got 3 there on the offside. Pope looks like he wants to change his game plan. After those 2 dismissals, he's saying to himself, don't drive offside. Take that man from extra cover, put another man catching leg side, and say to Pope, go on. Tempt you to go again offside.
Well, the other option is extra cover to go to silly point. The way Pope pushes at it, it might just, it could bowl him, you know, open up the hands for the gator as you're talking about, but also it might just pop back pad.
Now, has that hit the pad? Has it hit the pad? Given it has. Pope will ask, did I get outside the line? He's going to have a look.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is given out. Check both feeds, fair delivery. You can go to front on. Replay, please. Okay, would like to go to the ultra edge. Okay. Waiting for the ultra edge, Chris. Okay, flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to ball tracking. No batting, no all, Chris. Ball tracking. Original decision given out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Chris, you can stay with your original decision out. You're on the screen. Make your signal.
Yep, given out on the field and on review. That's 3 times in 3 innings now. Sajid Khan has got Ollie Pope. This time sweeping, he goes for 3. It's 70 for 2. Number 1 test batter in the world, Joe Root, strolls to the middle. 70 for 2 England, average now above 51. Exceptional player for a number of years, 35 test match hundreds. Great thing about test series is that a battle commences and continues. One of England's openers, Zach Crawley, has now got out to Noman Ali 3 times. The number 3, Ollie Pope, has got out to Sajid Khan 3 times, and they've only had 3 innings because those 2 spinners did not play in the first test.
Just touch. Yeah, that's leg.
Back in the day when you were playing 5 test matches as well.
Yeah, it gets to you. If someone gets you out early, so Noman got Crawley out twice in the last test, gets him here. Sajid gets Pope out twice in the last, gets him here. Imagine by the end, well, you're probably not playing if they keep getting you out cheaply by the end of a 5-match series. Straight on the sweep shot, straight off the mark. It's 71 for 2. And you spoke about the sweep with Duckett. Does that last dismissal maybe show you why he's put the sweep away? With it low and skiddy and skidding onto the shin becomes harder?
I think so. I think that's probably what's in his mind. But then Joe Root's come out and the first ball he swept. So I think that was just a bad shot from Pope. I think he got a bit flustered by the line outside off stump and not being able to score. He took a bit of a risk to try and hit it over mid-wicket. Bit of an old school, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to score, get down and sweep, and he missed it.
So 56 for none, 71 for 2. And we've only had 2 bowlers.
Yeah, picked the wrong line to employ that stroke. He was better off fetching the ball from outside the off stump. Signature celebrations from Sajid Khan. You know, players develop affinities with certain grounds. Bowlers develop affinity with the ends, and then the batters. And Sajid keeps on removing Ollie Pope.
Yeah, it was a good bit of bowling because previous to that he was outside off. And Pope thought again it's going to be outside off, how I got out last time, and he went straighter. Ground fielding has been good. from Pakistan. It's an area that they need to work on in all formats, is their fielding, and so far today, touch wood, their ground fielding has been excellent. That's another run saved. It might get you a wicket, who knows? Hard reverse sweep. It's gone way in front of square. Sajid has work to do. So does Joe Root in the end.
You know, halfway through that third run, Joe Root just realised he had to pin his ears back a little bit. Safely home in the end. Extraordinary shot from Duckett. He hits these reverses so hard, really. Outfield is quick. Sajid does really well. And it's just about now that Root thinks, I need to go here.
This time should be a comfortable 2 for Joe Root. It is. 20 overs done, 77 for 2.
A lot cooler here, Amir, than Multan, I have to say.
It is. Lahore was present as well, much better than Islamabad. That was surprising for me.
Notice the difference turning up at the ground this morning compared with turning up for those 2 test matches in the morning at Multan. Hot. What point do you think about the seamer? Or do you not?
Well, I thought in the first half hour, just have a look to see if you can get one grubbing along the ground. Who knows what he's going to do for the seamer? There's only 3 of them playing in the game. In the old days, you'd play the seamers and then give the spinner one before lunch, maybe the other way round.
Catch! Oh, well ball.
Especially with someone like Root. Root at times has been out LBW in his career, both domestically and international on pitches like this. If you can just get a seamer on bowling stump to stump.
Well, that's wishful. That is. Because Shan Masood has complete faith in these 2 bowlers. He doesn't rate Amir Jamal, he doesn't rate the leg spinner. They'll be missing in action.
What, they're going to bowl a 45 over spell each?
Well, looks like it. And the reason why they were not selected in the first test match, they couldn't pass the fitness test. Can you believe it?
I'm with you, Nas. I thought at least it would be worth a look for a couple of overs of the seamer, as you say, just to see if one stays down, if it misses the seam, doesn't bounce, hits either Duckett and Crawley opening up on the shin.
Good fielding again. Shan Masood setting the tone as skipper.
At some point you've got to rest the spinner's fingers as well. They get tired, so they can't get any purchase on the ball or less purchase on the ball. They lose their accuracy, but there's that ground fielding again that you were talking about, Nas. They've been on it today, Pakistan.
Oh, that grubbed. That was right off the toe end of the bat. He's not the tallest, Ben Duckett. He had to stay low.
That was started in by the off spinner.
Catch! Well ball.
Now he goes to reverse. They're playing with that man in the deep. He's gone square. Duckett says no.
Well, if you want a lifestyle, you need to find something in Kingdom Valley.
Sabar.
that's incredibly close, surely. Yeah, Root is virtually walking. He doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. He went back, it stayed low. Root has gone, big wicket.
This is brilliant from Sajid Khan. On that occasion, low the trajectory, but the length was the same. He was pitched up, and that's where he in-wiggled the batsman, forced him to the back foot, and a bit of turn doing the job. This is a big wicket, big scalp for the off-spinner Sajid Khan. And that's a good start for Pakistan into this test match. Another ordinary innings from Joe Root in this series, 80 for 3.
Harry Brook likes batting in Pakistan, likes batting on this ground. First innings 2 years ago, 153. And that 317 came in the first test of this series as well. And this a different surface, low, slow, and a bit of turn.
Well, you got your words spot on there. He likes batting at this ground, but this is a very, very different surface to the one where England in the first day went ballistic with the bat. 80 for 3, and we've had 21 overs.
Yeah, Joe Root loves playing spin off the back foot. He's got so many runs around the world. He is a great player off spin. He just went back to one that was slightly fuller and quicker. Just missed it. Duckett has virtually half the runs. That's the wicket now they want. These two, Brook with his form and Duckett with his skills.
Catch it!
Nicely bowled, slowly. It's going to be a surface for LBWs. If you can't get them caught slip because there's lack of bounce, bring those pads into play.
Yeah, he does like to play the spinner off the back foot, and it's very rare that Joe Root misreads the length to that extent. Zip through a bit, a little bit low. About as LBW as you can get. Right, Harry Brook, how are you going to play this?
Well, the shot he's got to be careful is his go-to shot is that pull off the spinner. A pull shot could be dangerous on here.
Yes, Bouncy! Good stretch, buddy. Strong hamstring. That's it.
Yesterday he was working on the low bounce, Joe Root. Today he got one that didn't keep low. It was more the length that did him. He went back to a full delivery, but that's how he does play spin. Good, really good.
Well, that's experience for you. Numan Ali knows how to bowl on these surfaces. He's looking to deliver everything just outside the off stump, getting a bit of purchase as well. That's what you need from your left arm spinner, having the batters drive through extra cover.
ठीक है
Now that's the ball that occasionally Brook thinks about pulling.
How would you pull that?
Exactly. He's trained the brain for years to rock back and go leg side with that. Just be careful, play with a straight bat.
No more baseball.
No more baseball is the chirp from Rizwan.
Oh yes, Baba.
Good from the spinners of Pakistan, 81 for 3. Three wickets for the spinners in Pakistan with that big wicket of Joe Root. Pretty satisfied with the way things have gone. 81 on the board. Sajid Khan round the wicket to duck it. Duckett's been good. He's been able to block in between that, be aggressive, but really after winning the toss and batting first, I think Pakistan are pretty happy with the way things have gone so far.
Well, bonuses, yeah, absolute bonuses. Getting 3 so soon. Duckett becomes ever more important now that he's got to 40. Now he's been the one man really to learn both survival and aggression, try and get the blend right. A couple of near misses, but he becomes so much more important now.
And down the ground, that's the balance that Duckett has. This one is launched over the top and over the fence for a 6.
He's got superb temperament, great footwork. He's got so many options against spin. You think twice, really, running down the pitch to a spinner that is spinning the ball, tweaking it a mile, and so beautifully done in the end. Great finish. Played with a lot of flourish and style.
Yeah, I think he's better off going, now that he's got the hang of the pitch and the pace and the rest of it, better off going over the top like that than trying to get it through the offside on the ground where you've got the 2 minutes short extra cover.
That could be a risky option. We know that his strike rate playing sweep shot is tremendous, over 200. But this is a pitch where you are better off really playing with a straighter bat. And he's got the hang of things. He knows how much the ball is spinning, how much it's keeping low, what bounce the pitch is offering. So better off playing with a straighter angle. That is a ripper. That is a tremendous delivery to end the over. 3 down for 87.
I tell you what, you must have done something seriously wrong if you're going to nick that one. I mean, it's a great pace from Sajid. It's turned so much. I mean, Duckett has played a few of those where the ball has gone largely straight on and got bat on them. And the fear is always that one will suddenly grip like this one does. But it's turned so much that it just brings a smile, and he knows he's never going to nick that.
Lovely bowling, lovely flight. But Pakistan will be happy the way that the pitch has reacted too. A lot of attention towards the pitch. A lot of focus on the pitch. Will it turn? Will it not turn? Yes, it's been slow. But very first session we found evidence that the ball is going off the straight. A slow turn. Brook gets off the mark.
Yeah, but even though it's slow, Brook on this one is able just to adjust. And compare that to Duckett at the end of that last over, and there's no chance of getting bat on ball. He does the right thing, which is dragging the bat just slightly inside the line once he sees it go. Didn't follow it, didn't try and get bat on it in the end. But for someone like Harry Brook, getting used to this pitch will be just a test of patience.
The other thing is to adjust to different kind of spin. Sajid is obviously putting more revs on the ball, is getting it to tweak more than Noman. Noman, more kind of a bowler who likes to flight the ball and deceive the batsman in the air. And so different angles, left arm, off spin, different pace, different angles of spin. And this is turning out to be a great combo for Pakistan. I don't know whether they're setting a record of bowling most number of overs as a pair from the word go with a new ball.
A combo that's been unchanged almost since that second test match. Bowl all the overs in the second innings, also plenty in the first innings, but they've been unchanged for a long while now.
Oh yes, buddy.
More than 70 overs together, unchanged. This is from previous test match, second innings, plus that little bit in the first innings where they bowl unchanged, and now this is the 24th over. Comes down the track, pushes it for a single, adjusted well. It's 91 for 3.
This game doesn't stop to amaze you, surprise you. Rebirth of Sajid and Noman Ali. We didn't see them for a year, and certainly they're announced in the playing 11, and look at the damage they've done. He's got an attitude, a great attitude. Half century for Ben Duckett. There is tremendous batting on a difficult surface. He stopped himself from playing all the shots. A measured 50 in Ben Duckett's term.
A measured celebration as well, actually. Just shows the bat, the old GM stickers. I'm sure he realises that the way things have gone this morning, how important that role is for him alone, just to try and carry on. Now that he's got the hang of this pitch, to carry on, double that 50, make it something special.
It could have been a run out, a direct hit, and that would have been that, but Ben Duckett very adamant on getting to his 50.
Tremendous attitude. Attitude of a fast bowler, Sajid Khan.
Sweep shot, just angling down, but that's what Sajid Khan wants him to do. He wants to take that option. It's a slightly lowish pitch, so it is a risk. Remember, Sajid got him out in the second innings, albeit with the new ball. This one just carries on with the arm.
Wants to accelerate, wants to dominate Ben Duckett. Change gear. Got to be careful.
Now the reverse.
Because his value is the time spent at the crease, and so he's got to be the fulcrum around which the entire batting order sort of progresses.
The middle, please. That's it.
It'll be interesting to see how Harry Brook approaches this, because he'll have been looking, as every batsman has for the last hour and a half, hour and a quarter, hour and three quarters, and trying to work out how he's going to play. He's the sort of player that likes it to come onto the bat more, so a slow pitch, which occasionally turns like this one, isn't his dream pitch.
Back cut, played nicely. Come back for the second. 96 for 3. .96 for 3. Over rate is good. Two bowlers taking 20 wickets in a match. Previous game in Multan, talked about them being unchanged. Well, for good reason. 2024. Before that, previous one, 1972.
Yeah, that match at Lord's, 72. Bob Massey got, what, 16 of those, was it? So Dennis Lilly, the great Dennis Lilly, just contributed 4, if that 16 is correct. Massey swung it everywhere. He had one brilliant game like that, and it swung round corners.
Similar surface like this?
Let me see. Same length.
No opportunity. Hit hard, but Noman Ali, well, he looks as if he's fairly disappointed. Might have stung his hand as well.
Why am I getting this feeling that he's itching to get out? After getting a 50, he's played about 1,000 shots of about 5 balls. Just got to slow down, calm down a little bit. What, about 15 minutes to go for lunch? Know that England really do not play the clock. But looking at what has happened so far, 3 wickets down, they need Ben Duckett out there. Desperately.
Well, you could say that Ben Duckett likes to play shots around the clock. But that was hit so hard, that gave him half a chance. But that was hit so hard. If it had stuck in the man's wrong hand, it would have been a miracle.
That's why you paid the big bucks.
Once upon a time.
Round the clock.
There was a day.
Yeah, Harry Brook with that 300 didn't have a great test match. The second one where the spinners got the better of him. How do you come down from a 300?
Well, the consolation is your series average is still high.
Yeah, Pakistani spinners there. Sorry to cut you short, David. Sajid 3.9, Noman 3.8. So first session, day 1, 3.9 degree spin angle. That's gone. That's straight low, and he's done. Is Ben Duckett? I don't think that there's a DRS review in play here, because he was dead before the stumps. It kept low, would have gone to hit the stumps. Yeah, he's walking. Got nothing from his partner. And so 4 down England. And that is one super wicket that Pakistan have got. getting rid of Settle Ben Duckett.
Yeah, the fact that it keeps so low is his undoing. His gesture straight afterwards, was it going down leg side? Because he knows he's not hit it. If it was going down leg, that was his only way out. But Harry Brook said, nope, don't think it is. He saw the frustration on Duckett's face. 52 very handy runs. More would have been even more handy, but he's gone. And it's 4 down for 98.
And Stokes in at number 6 was very happy when he won the toss, but in Pakistan who got 4 before lunch. Till 15 minutes away is lunch, and evidence of the ball is reacting off the surface. And last one, well, it stayed really low, almost roll on the floor. But Ben Stokes, well, he needs to get some runs, get that toss that he won, put that into good measure and get a bit of advantage batting first. At the moment it's again Noman Ali and Sajid Khan applying the pressure. Now a short leg and a slip in place. Discussions between Shan and Noman where that cover fielder will go. So leg slip in place.
I'll be amazed if it gets to leg slip off this pitch. There again.
Successful over from Noman. England 98 for 4.
Yeah, this is what we used to call the gazunda. As in, just in case you're not with me, goes under.
We call it Ghisi.
Say again?
Gazumber Ghisi. It's the same.
Okay.
It starts with the G.
Well, you heard it here first.
First 51 minutes, and towards England after that, there's been a consistent wicket fall for England. And another evidence of spin. Huge appeal, probably outside the line, but there is turn again.
Not completely at home, Brook, when he's playing off the front foot. His go-to shot is when he exposes the stumps and plays against the spin towards the offside. Shan Masood, what is he thinking? It was a sharp spin back into the stumps. He says, let it go. Sharp spin.
Yeah, the spin is probably spot on, but the pad has to be outside line of off stump. Rizwan is the key man there in judging all that.
When you start sweeping, you know that you're not comfortable playing off the front foot, especially Brook. Impact outside. So that killed the case for Sajid and Co.
Yeah, as a keeper stroke captain, the two of them have to temper the enthusiasm of a bowler who's seen the ball turn back towards the stumps. I think you mentioned just now Rami's off there. He has the mentality of a quicker bowler does. Sajid Khan. And it's normally the seamers who are convinced that everything is out of WW.
Ball around the legs, tries the sweep shot, gets too far across. Pakistan have another.
Yeah, I mean, for some it's going to be a bad option, sweeping on a pitch that doesn't really bounce. But credit to Sajid for once again striking stumps, this time down the leg side, hitting the leg peg, and his ability to spin the ball from within the stumps. He starts a little wider outside the off stump, but that was more on that off stump line, and Brook was never in. Pakistan are having a great first session. England have won the toss, but everything else has belonged to Pakistan. 5 down, Brook goes after scoring only 5, 98 for 5.
Jamie Smith walks in, number 7. England had lost half their side before lunch. Still 10 minutes to go. Pakistan wanted a spinner's track, a turning track, and they've got exactly that. A slip, a short leg, and a leg slip. Sajid Khan, he's got 3. England did win the toss, did bat first, but 5 down already. Sajid Khan goes back. The ball is staying low.
Yeah, Brook there attempting a sweep shot, got in front of the stumps. Quicker was Sajid, in fact, was bowled down the leg side. You got to do something like that to just put him off his pace. Sajid Khan, 98 for 5.
Well, in all honesty, you can't say this is at all well judged by Harry Brook. Yes, he might be thinking you've got to do something to counter conditions. And they should have had time after Multan's second innings and in the gap between Multan's second test and here to make plans for the turning ball, but that's a big misjudgment.
Two for left arm spin, 3 for off spin, right arm. Two batters who've not yet got off the mark. And Stokes through the offside, got close enough to it. Come back for the second. England get to 100.
That's a very good shot because he didn't really hit it hard. It was all about getting to the pitch and flicking the ball through the offside. I think that's probably his 3rd no ball today. I just hope that he doesn't pick up a wicket when he's overstepped, and it's a big no ball as well.
Pakistan with 5 wickets, we're just hoping that they can take Stokes with them at lunch. Well, what a result that would be.
It's dangerous from Stokes here. We know he knows he's got the short leg and the leg slip in place, but he's just trying to dabble it round the corner. I mean, that's a gift for leg slip.
May just eke out a sweep shot, because that's the other option available, but that's a dangerous option when just especially walked in.
Vigotel Mobile, crowd selfie moment. Better get that quick because Plenty of wickets falling. Not just that turn off the surface, also the fact that it's quite slow, so getting used to the surface is important. Everybody, as always, wherever you go, mobile phones out. So yes, you look at that sweep shot, but with low bounce and not a lot of pace off the surface, it becomes a problem.
Yeah, he's containing himself. Probably another over after this before lunch. So what he's trying to do is to play off the back foot, look hard at the ball and not indulge in playing that sweep.
Also, England with 3 spinners. Pakistan out-bowled England in Multan. There is something on offer, but both Nouman Ali and Sajid have been able to be very consistent with their lengths, especially. You don't have to follow suit if they get to bowl on a surface which is offering this much. When they get to bowl. Change of pace from Nouman Ali. It's 102 for 5.
Yeah, it's fascinating watching Nouman Ali because you've got these two very contrasting styles of these two spinners. With the Nouman, the old styles of flight, guile, and taking pace off, sometimes taking a lot of pace off, just letting it hang in the air. It's intriguing to watch.
$14 overs apiece. 3 for 50 and 2 for 50. Almost identical.
Just a touch more. This middle.
The situation is surely testing England's temperament, because in Test cricket, generally, normally, they want to boss the opposition, now being punched into a subservient mindset. Can they handle it? Do they have the temperament really to bat like that for a session?
Well, Stokes actually, ironically, is one of those men who does quite enjoy a battle. Whether he's got the form under his belt at the moment to actually make it work is another matter. You've got to remember he hasn't had a knock in the middle until that second Test match in Multan since August early in the year.
Whoa, Sajid!
And conditions not exactly ideal for the way that he plays. Does like to hang on that back foot, the ball not really giving you true bounce on the surface. And also not coming off the surface as quickly, so you'll have to battle, that's for sure.
Both batsmen aggressive by nature. Let's see whether they have the temperament to hang in there. I think they've got to devise a batting plan or a chart where they can use the feet as well. I think that's got to be part of the deal, part of the strategy. May not hit the ball hard when you're using your feet, but come out of the crease, meet the ball full and look to work it into the gaps.
A bit of room and played nicely on the back foot through the offside. A welcome boundary for England. 107 for 5.
Yeah, just short enough. Beautifully timed. And that's been the thing about both Sajid and Nouman. They've given very little away. Such experience, such ability that By and large, they'll keep it tight 98% of the time. Just an odd aberration like that.
Now the spinners operating. What do we have? 30 overs before lunch. Last over before lunch. Noman Ali, Ben Stokes in front of him. He goes to the back foot, does well, just places it through the offside.
His batting technique very much allows him to play that shot because he stays back in the crease and not very keen to sweep the ball, and so he wants that angle. And he watches the ball closely and doesn't really rush that shot, so that's good batting. Acreage of space through the offside. They want him to drive against the spin. He's quite happy to play most of the deliveries off the back foot.
Good from Noman Ali. Lovely boutique ground. Anywhere you sit in the crowd, you still have a premier view because you're right on top of the action. It's not a very big stadium. Invertex solar energy facility for the fans to charge their mobile phones or tablets while enjoying the game. Make sure your phone is charged just before lunch. Another little discussion. So that short leg goes to a silly mid-off, a slip, a gully and a silly mid-off now. Nicely played down the ground, allowing the single.
Well, I think at this stage, everything we've seen this morning, Jamie Smith can play himself in just by keeping a straight bat, defending, watching the ball. From Noman especially, slightly different for Sajid. But from Noman, you just got to watch the flights. Not the same sorts of turn.
Good use of the feet from Stokes. That's the best option you can do. Just knock it down the ground, get to the other end.
Yeah, and with long on back on the fence, gives you the one. Might be an idea to bring him up. You know, I know so many spin bowlers like to have that sort of cover in the deep, but if you have the temptation, you put the temptation out there. We've seen miscues aplenty this morning when people have, you know, Duckett especially has tried to go down the ground. Some he hit beautifully, one or two he miscued.
Pushes it out to cover, and that will be lunch on the first day. England, having won the toss, would have expected to go to lunch a little bit better, but they lost 5 wickets courtesy the spin twins. Noman Ali with a couple of wickets, Sajid Khan, he's got 3, and Pakistan extremely happy with the way that the session has gone. Evidence that there is turn, slow turn, also evidence that there is a little bit of invariable bounce too on the surface. So whatever Pakistan wanted from the surface so far, it has delivered. Pakistan going to lunch, the happier side. As Pakistan walk off, Captain Shan Masood pretty happy with the Hastings tan, and also the spinners yet again doing the job for Pakistan as they did in the second test in Multan. So everything going to plan for Pakistan, although they did lose the toss.
Wickets that fell. The first one was a slash outside off stump. Easy catch at point for Saim Ayub. Then the ball, Sajid Al Khan just getting the ball to hit the stumps from over the wicket. This one, a big wicket, went back, spun in sharply, done for length and a little bit of low bounce. Duckett was definitely done on low bounce. Ball just almost rolled on the floor. And Harry Brook trying to sweep one, got too far across. Not meant that Pakistan had 5. So as things stand, it has been the two spinners who bowled through the session. 15 overs each, 3 for 55 Sajid Khan, 2 for Noman Ali. The 5th wicket 98, that's 110 for 5. Well, all the talk about the pitch. Let's go down to Ruj and Nasser.
Thanks, Baz. 110 for 5 Pakistan. As you and I were here in the morning, the question was, will it turn? How much and when? And it's done a bit of it already.
Yeah, I think maybe we were asking the wrong question, actually. Everyone was debating, as you often do in the subcontinent, how much a pitch is going to spin. And yes, it has spun a bit. That first ball from Sajid Khan down the leg side to Crawley did spin a fraction. But actually what has done for England's batters and what has been a huge surprise has been the lack of bounce. For a first-day pitch with a brand new hard ball, it has bounced shin high. So the question isn't how much spin. The question in both dressing rooms as batting lineups, what are you going to do when it bounces low like this? It is no coincidence that the lowest batter on the England side, Duckett, has got the most runs because he stays low, and when he sweeps, he gets low. So I think the sweep shot is quite a dangerous shot on line, because if you miss the straight one, LBW comes into play. And also, as Root and Duckett found out, if you play back, you better hit it, because it is keeping low and skidding low.
Oh, well, the conversation will also be then, what do they do to counteract that?
Well, I think you do have to play off the front foot. You can also be out off the front foot playing the perfect forward defence because it's not going over. So play with your bat. Try and force yourself forward. And the more you get in, then will you start to read length. Sweep on line. The problem with Pope was that he thought the ball was going to be outside off and he went to sweep and it was straight. It is not the pitch to sweep on line. When it's too straight, you're going to miss it. So when it's out there, you've got to hit it and nail it in front of square. So it is low, it is slow, it is turning a little bit. LBW and Bold are going to be the main dismissals on this surface.
Well, the slow, low turner, the low is the one to watch out for. We'll take you to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the second session.
Hello and welcome from Multan Cricket Stadium, where we're here for the second test match between Pakistan and England. Now, as we know, it's been a highly anticipated series between both these sides, and we've been seeing a lot of fans coming in to follow their respective teams. Talking about fans, there's some very special fans that have come out in huge numbers to support their team. I'm talking about none other than the Barmy Army. When we're talking about fans, and fans have come in huge numbers, you have to talk
got him. Oh, golden beauty. Sahij is on one here. Oh, beauty.
Sajid Khan, 7 for 111.
अगर इसको कमबैक के तौर पर देख ले तो बड़ा अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है, क्योंकि आप जब टीम से बाहर होते हो तो आप अकेले हो जाते हो। जो आपके अपने होते हैं वो भी पराए होते हैं, पराए तो वैसे भी पराए हो जाते हैं। तो आपके साथ अल्लाह के साथ थोड़ी सी नज़दीकी बढ़ जाती है और थोड़ी सी आप मेहनत डबल कर लेते हैं। तो इसी चीज़ पे वर्क किया और प्रोसेस रहा, और अब बार बार यही कर रहा था, दिल में यही आ रहा था कि इंशाल्लाह जब भी मुझे मौका मिला, और अल्लाह ने फिर ज़रिया बनाया, सारी चीज़ें मेरी तरफ आ रही थी। अभी लास्ट टेस्ट अगर देखे सारी चीज़ें स्पिनर के लिए हो गई, तो ये अल्लाह के क्या कहते हैं एक निज़ाम है, और अल्लाह ने हमारे लिए वो बनाया, जो पीछे जो मेहनत की अल्लाह ने उसका सिला भी दिया। नोमी भाई एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है। नोमी भाई से जैसे पहले इनिंग में मैंने आउट की, दूसरे इनिंग में उसने आउट की। हमारा प्लान यही था कि वो अटैक कर रहे थे, क्योंकि वो अटैक खेलते हैं जैसे वो बेसबॉल खेलते हैं, वो बहुत अटैकिंग खेलते हैं। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के खिलाफ मैं खेले, वो ऑस्ट्रेलियन भी खेलते हैं, लेकिन ये किसी और तरीके से खेलते हैं। आपकी अच्छी बॉल को इस तरह मार लेते, आपके बुरे बॉल पे पत्नी कोई और तरीका कर लेते ऐसे। तो हमारी पार्टनरशिप स्टार्ट में हमें दोनों को मार पड़ रही थी। फिर जाके बाहर फिर थोड़ी सी मीटिंग हुई, फिर बाहर हम दोनों स्पिनर्स ने मीटिंग की कि जहाँ पर भी मौका मिला हम चांस अब कम लेंगे, फील्ड लेके चांस हम कम लेंगे, इनको करने दे। फिर हमने उन पर वर्क किया और अल्लाह ने इसमें
Spin all the way, all 20 wickets to spin. It's been a long time coming and Shan Masood and all of Pakistan can celebrate.
ये स्टोरी तो इतनी ख़ास नहीं है। मेरा फादर जो था वो आर्मी में था और वो भी अपनी मेहनत पे बड़ी उन्होंने आर्मी के लिए सर्व किया था। मेरा भी अरमान था कि मैं आर्मी में चला जाऊँ, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली फिर क्रिकेट और वो उधर जा नहीं सकता था, तो क्रिकेट से बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार था, मास्टर भी उसके लिए छोड़ दिया। तो बस स्कूल कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी क्रिकेट से यही सेलिब्रेशन बड़ी पसंद थी, तो दैट्स ऑल। बड़ा अच्छा रहा है टीम, अब जो टीम का माहौल है बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, सारे जिल करके खाने पे भी ट्रेनिंग पे भी, सुबह गेम भी हुआ, बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है। इंशाल्लाह वो कोशिश करेंगे अपनी तरफ से 110% कोशिश करेंगे, जिस तरह हम लास्ट मैच में हमने कमबैक किया पहले मैच के बाद। इंशाल्लाह पूरी भरपूर कोशिश करेंगे कि ये सीरीज़ पाकिस्तान के लिए, स्पेशली पाकिस्तान के लिए, इस सितारे के लिए हम जीत जाएं।
Yeah, very good memories. See, coming over here for the first time in a long time. Coming back 3-0, but I think the one that stands out the most thing is obviously the wicket that Jack Leach took in the day 5 of the first test. You know, I think what was it, 6 minutes left to go. Everything was on the, you know, just no one knew what was going to happen. You know, the game had been in a certain way for the first 4 days, and then we found ourselves there with 6 minutes left, 1 wicket to take, and I think the last pair had maybe been out there for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then yeah, hit him on the pad, and it just looked good. And there's a great picture of everyone close around the bat, you know, celebrating with the umpire's finger up in the air. So out of our tour in 2022, I think that moment definitely is a standout one. Yeah, and that was his, you know, sort of series where he showed the world what talent he possesses. Then you look where he is now. He's continued his unbelievable form against Pakistan. You know, one might not be long before Brookie's a citizen of Pakistan if he keeps coming out here and playing the way that he is. He's, you know, he's had a great PSL. He's toured here with England a few times. Got runs everywhere he's gone. So yeah, I think Pakistan would love to have Harry Brook playing for them, but thankfully he's ours. I think the heat, it's hot. It's actually a lot hotter now than what it was last year. Sorry, 2022 when we came. I think obviously it's a different time of the year, but yeah, the first few days here training was very, very tough. We've sort of acclimatised now. It doesn't feel as hot, but it definitely is. It's just draining and constantly feeling like you just need to keep on top of your fluids and your food, because it's very, very draining. It's a tough ask to stand out in the field in that heat all day. So yeah, definitely the conditions that you find yourself playing in. Yeah, look, I've obviously coming back from an injury, you naturally need to put yourself through the ringer to test yourself and see where your body's at. See, hamstring is a very important part of the body, especially as an athlete. So yeah, wasn't quite ready for that first test, but then obviously the work that I put in throughout that first test has set me up nicely to say that I'm fit for this one. So yeah, looking forward to getting back out there.
Yeah, we had an amazing trip. Obviously 3-0 in such tough conditions to win in as well, on flat, docile wickets where it's hard to get 20 wickets. Especially this ground, that win we had here is very, very memorable for me and everybody else who played in that game here. There's that one photo which I remember fondly, and it was a mega moment. I was just thinking, watch the ball, to be honest. There wasn't much going through my head. I think that's usually when you bat your best, when there isn't much going through your head. So I just went out there, tried to watch the ball as closely as I could, and I got off to a bit of a flyer, which always helps. And Yeah, and then I had Ruti at the other end, and yeah, he was making it look so easy, so it just calms everything down a bit, and yeah, just what happened is history. Like now, looking back, saying I've got a triple hundred, that's pretty cool, isn't it? And not many people can say that, and for me to be able to say that is, yeah, I'm fairly proud of that moment now, looking back, but not when I'm out there, no, definitely. We do like to try and break records in this changing room, and you have a lot of fun trying to do that, so yeah, we do talk about records here and there, but yeah, we're just trying to entertain people and promote cricket in a good way. It was all about that match at that time, to be honest. There was no chat of records, really, during the game. We were just trying to focus on putting ourselves in the best position to win that game, really, and I think we did that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a massive honour. I've done it for 3 games now. Loved it. Had some great learnings over that Sri Lanka series. Some good stuff, and then some things I can take away and learn from what I can do better next time. But no, it's a massive honour, and it's a big responsibility as well. And I'm excited to be challenged in different conditions, obviously out here in Pakistan. I mean, when you miss Ben Stokes in the team, obviously as a leader, but also the all-rounder he is as well. Any team would miss him, but obviously we played the last 3 tests without him. Guys filled into different roles, guys with the bat stepped up as well. So you know, he's always going to be a miss, but at the same time, we've got the depth in our squad to sort of manage it without him. Yeah, obviously they got some highly skilled players on their side. Obviously Baba Zam, he's obviously going to look to lead the way with the bat. He had a successful time against us last time, and we know the skills that he's got. But they've got guys who have had a lot of success with the bat, and obviously with the ball too. Shaheen and Nazim Shah, potentially they're 2 seamers that they go with. So yeah, they're a team full of high quality. So not something that we'll take lightly. Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing series. Obviously, first time in a long time England had travelled to Pakistan for a series, and we knew the challenges that came with it in terms of on the field. I think that especially that first test is always going to be a highlight looking back in my career. That feeling, getting that wicket late on day 5 when the sun was going down, was pretty special. Obviously, a packed house as well, with quite a few Barmy Army over to support us, was something that I'll never forget, and it'll always be one of my favourite test wins. Yeah, always. I think whenever you play a test series, it's never easy to win, although I know at home you're kind of expected to win, but away from home, test series win are never easy. So I think we know the hard work that we've got to put in over the next 3 weeks, especially in some challenging hot conditions, probably the hottest that I've ever played in. So we know it's not going to be easy to get a result, but I'm looking forward to the challenge ahead.
I can't say it on there. Yeah, there's been a few though. Probably high score at Old Trafford. I know quite a few, but only a couple that I could probably say. Our analyst Rupert Lewis he's the team barista. I can try. Michael Vaughan, Marcus Trescothick, Gavin Hamilton, Graham Thorpe, and Dean Headley. Or Usman Khawaja, maybe? Or Michael Clark, one of the 2, I can't remember. He's got 7 first-class centuries and 3 List A centuries.
Pakistan, a lot was spoken about the pitch and the conditions and whether it will turn or not. But it seems to have done well for Pakistan so far because they've managed to get half the England side out. I've been joined by Ramiz Raja and David Gower. Rambo, so far you would say that obviously the session belongs to Pakistan, but everything that they were trying for with all the fans and everything that we saw, there's something in it for the spinners.
And I think contributed by England as well. They probably at times played the pitch. At times it appeared as if they wanted to get on with the game. Ben Duckett getting to a 50 and getting out, and I think that was really a costly miss for England. But overall, I think Pakistan would be so happy with how things shaped up because England had won the toss, so there was this clear advantage for them to use the first session properly, but they couldn't. I think it was maybe a case of ants in the pants. I don't know what is the term that can be used. I mean, they're just looking to boss the conditions, boss Pakistan, and played a lot of sweep shots on a pitch where playing the sweep was always going to be difficult. It has low bounce, it is spinning, tweaking, and so you were better off maybe getting to the front foot and trying to establish your footing with a good basic front foot technique.
Right, that's the real question though, DG. I mean, how do you play on such a turning track where there's low bounce? Because we've seen a lot of sweep shots, but that hasn't gone well.
Well, I think one of the problems is that when the ball's not coming to you, it's gripping on the pitch and going low. Timing the sweep shot gets hard. Timing any shot gets hard, to be honest. And if you're playing straight and working out how to keep your wicket intact, you probably have a slightly better chance of doing that. You won't make the game go forward in terms of scoring runs as such, but you might stay there long enough to start to get the feel for the pitch, which is what Duckett did. I mean, it took a little while to have a look at it. Then he started to play some shots that were a bit more expansive. Others came in. I mean, I think one of the problems is that others came in with preconceptions. You're trying to work out, or they worked out watching what they're going to try and do. So the sweep shot came in. I mean, Harry Brooks is probably the least well judged of the lot of them. And there's a man who got a triple 100 just a couple of weeks ago. So I think it's confused England's batsmen the last 2 innings of this series, 2.5 innings really, as to what they should be trying to do, because they are unfamiliar conditions. And at least we had one question answered this morning. How's this pitch going to play? Ball 1 turns. And that would have sort of sent alarm bells through the batting lineup, because I think they were expecting it to be quite flat for, say, a day and a half, maybe even 2 days. To see the first ball of the game turn quite sharply, then that was a bit of a worry.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, it's one thing to have pitch that offers you a little bit, but also kudos to the Pakistan spinners, because we spoke about Sajid Khan, Noman Ali. There were questions around their fitness as well before the start of this second test match, but they seem to be doing their job really well, Rambo.
It's not easy really to come into the playing 11, into the squad after you've been left out for a year, because your confidence is clearly dented. You may develop temperamental issues. You don't know how you'll perform, whether it'll be just a one-off cameo for you once again. So from that aspect also, I think both these spinners have done fantastically well, and not only to do well for themselves, but to win a contest for Pakistan after about 3-4 years. It's just the way they've handled themselves, especially Sajid Khan. I mean, the revs on the ball is pretty special, and he targets the stumps from all angles. So from wider angle outside the off stump, the ball will eventually go on to hit that off stump, and from middle he somehow gets it to hit the leg stump. So that is pretty special. And Noman, on the other hand, just keeps it simple. He tries to deceive the batsman in the air. He'll spin one, he'll straighten one, and just put that doubt in the mind of the batsman every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you said, the kind of lengths and the pace variations that we are seeing from these Pakistan spinners, it does create that element of doubt. But then as a batter, I mean, obviously now post-lunch break, they would have had time to revisit some of their plans. I mean, how do you really bat on this wicket, DG?
Well, I mean, the first is to survive, and playing straight gives you a better chance, I think, of surviving to start with. And then if you're going to play the cross-bat shots, you need to be very sure of the line and the length. I mean, playing spin is all about judging from the hand, line, speed and length. And once you've got that in hand, then you know where you're going with the next thing, with what you do in the next half a second. So if you make misjudgments, like, for instance, Zach Crawley's thing, where it's a question of learning from your previous mistakes. I mean, you watch Zach, who's a multi-talented player. Made stack load of runs here last time 2 years ago. Second test in Multan, he's driving, which he loves to do. But if you're not quite there, it's a problem. So the thinnest of edges in Multan, which had to be reviewed. Here today in Pindi today, you know, he's drawn into the same sort of shot where he's away from his body on a pitch where you can't control the bounce and the pace of the ball, and so you end up skewing it away to point as well, the simplest of chances. So I mean, the same error with slightly different results, but with the same result in the sense that it costs you your wicket, and that's because he hasn't really taken into account, you know, where the ball is, vis-a-vis the line to him. If it's too wide, you struggle to control those shots. You can't. You'll nick it or skew it to point. If it's closer to you, you have a better chance of getting on top of it and doing the right sort of thing with it.
Well, England will be looking to build on this total, because let's not forget that Pakistan has to bat last in these conditions. I know we're a long way there, but Pakistan will want to wrap this up quickly so that they can then sort of get going on this pitch and build a lead.
Yeah, I think England have wasted a great opportunity. 5 wickets down in that first session after winning the toss. That's not what they wanted. I think they wanted to be out there for at least 3 sessions today, get 300 on the board, and then target Pakistan and put them under pressure in the last innings on day 4 probably. But that did not happen. Now credit goes to Pakistan, and now they are bossing the next session, because it's going to get tougher for batsmen to get rolling, to get cracking, and so more of the same. I mean, they're in a huddle, and I guess it is unprecedented to see, David, 2 spinners start the show and end the show in 1 session.
Well, if they carry on in this way and take all 10 again, that'll be three innings in a row, which must be unprecedented. I could have taken 110 as the score at lunchtime. I'd have settled for 3 wickets, not 5.
All right, let's find out what happens then, because we are ready. The players are out on the pitch, and they're ready for the next session, and the commentators are also ready to take you through.
Thank you, Zainab, and Shan Masood leading, which would, I'd imagine, a very happy bunch, restricting England so far. Half their team back in the dugout, 110 for 5. And the lunch session, there was questions around how this surface would play, and ball 1 told us a bit of a story. It has turned, it has kept slow, but the most important feature, which has done few of the England batters, has been the lack of bounce. Ben Stokes and Jamie Smith now. Will they temper the way they approach the game? How do they approach the game in the second session? Here I've got Michael Atherton and Bazat Khan alongside. There might just be a case of revisiting how, or work out a method on this surface.
Well, the beauty of the game is that conditions in front of you change from game to game, and you have to work out very quickly as a batting side how you're going to play in any particular conditions. And the threat this morning has been, as you say, the low bounce rather than the spin, so therefore you'd think to play forward rather than back. Be very careful sweeping on line if the ball is straight, and try and first of all stay in and then work out your scoring options. But the cross bat shots on a pitch that is keeping a little low become very dangerous. Who do we think, Bazid, that Shan Masood's going to start the bowling with after lunch?
Yeah, I have a wild guess. A really wild one. Maybe, just maybe, he'll go with Sajid Khan and then Noman Ali. So he's keeping things simple. He said he wants continuity in the way that they'll play, but that continuous threat has been carrying on from the first innings in that second test from Multan.
Have you done your math then, Baz? How many overs now on a stretch?
14 plus 33 plus 30.
Which is 77, I've been told. Right then, here we go.
Oh yes, buddy.
Well, you look at it from a Pakistan point of view, it's just been a fantastic turnaround of events. You plug out 3 performers from the domestic level, give them, especially your spinners, a conducive environment.
Oh yeah.
And they've produced the results.
But it's more to do with how you prepare the pitches. You want pitches that offer you something.
Catch it! Oh.
Just a single. Couple of years ago, you would say that Pakistan don't produce enough spinners. Well, they didn't get pitches like this where the ball spun, and then you said the fast bowlers are not getting pitches where they can get
dismissals, and it was the fact that pitches weren't prepared in that manner, weren't allowing the bowlers to express themselves is a bad word, but allowing the bowlers to use their skills. So you still have bowlers who can do it. You need to give them some encouragement in terms of how the pitches play.
Well, we know one thing. Baz, in your part of Pakistan, the pitch can turn. This Pindi surface can turn.
If you stop all the water supply, it does.
Catch it!
It's important not to over-exaggerate the level of spin, though. I mean, there's been a little bit of turn this morning, but certainly not exaggerated spin at all. We did a couple of games in Chennai and Ahmedabad in 2021 on the India tour where the ball really spun from the outset. This is nothing like this at all. 112 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely right. Putting into context what in the recent years the Pindi surface has done. It's been the least in terms of average turn. But I think when you get the right equipment out, all of it can produce a turning surface to give your spinners to work with.
That is, I feel the pressure to actually bat for, no, not bat for Rawalpindi, but bat for the pitch. The 2 test matches that you look at where the pitch was really good against Bangladesh, the 2 test matches were very good. And then you look at test matches where Pakistan won against South Africa. Pacers got 9 wickets in the 4th innings. And then recently, Bangladesh, they got 9 wickets with their fast bowlers in the 2nd innings. So it's a surface that offers you something. You just need to prepare it better. You don't want it to be just bare and flat like we saw in that epic test match against England. So it's not about the surface or the conditions not being able to be produced for a fast bowler or a spinner. It's how you actually prepare for that test match, for that particular game.
Now we're just talking about the average bounce. It's the one thing that's been the highlight feature so far. Now you look at the dismissals, the average bounce, 4 of those below the average bounce. So
catch it!
It's been the lack of bounce so far that has done most of the English batters.
Again, though, you'd only say Duckett's was the unplayable one. That was the one that hit near the base of the stumps, hard to play. The other ones weren't that hard to play if you were playing straight. But of course, Pope and Brook were not playing straight. They were sweeping. So if you sweep when the ball is straight, you've got to hit it.
That's what you mentioned. It's a combination because, yes, the horizontal bat shots become a little bit more difficult in terms of risk and reward, but because of the lack of pace, he's timed that and played that extremely well. Stokes with the reverse to pick up 4.
At 5'1", Aruj, I think you're the perfect batter for this surface. That's all I can say.
Brilliant. Well, 5 feet 1 inches and a bit of me. A lot of times is enough. Well, Ben Duckett is not too far off. He's the one guy I've been interviewing and don't have to strain my neck.
Oh.
118 for 5.
I think the danger will be that last shot that Ben Stokes played, which was a good shot. He played it straight off the back foot. But the danger will be that the bowlers like Noman will bowl slowly, and then they'll bowl a quicker ball. And in your mind's eye, when you see the ball flat, your natural instinct is to play back.
So you've got to think a bit more forward than back, but also if you do play back, you've got to play back with a straight bat and not a cross bat. So you just have to have in your back of your mind where the threat is coming from and where the danger is, and try and adapt your game accordingly.
Gone. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant in the slip from Salman Ali Agha. And guess who? It's Sajid with the ball. He has 4.
That's what he's bowling for. Outside off stump and turn away. Stokes lunges forward, tries to drive this through the offside. He's done with the turn as Stokes. Lovely length, so he's trying to drive in. There's enough turn. That's a great catch from Salman Ali Agha. He's very close at first slip, diving away. Sajid Khan, we've seen that celebration last couple of weeks, and it's carrying on. England now lose their captain for 12. It's 118 for 6.
Gus Atkinson into the team. 2 changes from England. I'm sure start of the day he wouldn't have thought he'd be so early in on with the bat. He does have that 100 earlier on in the summer. Again, Sri Lanka at Lords. Well, an absolutely different surface, and a bowler was having some fun with the ball.
Well, you've got to read length well to play spin well. And if you're going to drive, you want to be to the pitch of the ball. Stokes is looking to drive, but he's given that ball chance to spin. And because he's given it chance to spin, he's driving a ball that he's not quite to the pitch of. It's taken the edge. Very good catch, sharp catch at slip.
He's very close to Salman Ali Agha, so that's gone sharply towards him. Lovely changes of pace from Sajid Khan too, but the lengths that they've bowled been impressive. The consistency that both Sajid and Noman have been able to execute throughout the innings, throughout the couple of test matches. Now, just throwing the game forward, England have played 3 spinners. They'll have to be very accurate. They can't miss lengths. Jack Leach is the most accurate of them. But with the other spinners, Rehan and Bashir, they'll have to replicate this. They'll have to be very good with their length. 120 for 6.
I suspect England will use Rehan sparingly, as indeed Pakistan have with Zahid.
You don't say.
But, you know, to listen to Stokes, how he uses Rehan Ahmed, he's an all-rounder. He bats as well as he bowls, but, you know, he's going to plug away with his finger spinners for the most part and just use Rehan when either he's desperately in need of a wicket or just to change things up. But he won't be bowling long spells.
England winning the toss, electing to bat first. 120 for 6.
Oh!
Right, look at the position of the slips, so close to the keeper. For Noman, who gives the ball a little bit of flight. Just talk about that Salman Ali Agha catch, brilliant, because Sajid normally bowls quicker. Kamran Ghulam and Salman Ali Agha in that slip cordon.
Oh yes, buddy.
Baz, we've got something for you. J. Dot, our official styling partner.
Just 2 minutes before landing.
He's got his work cut out if they're styling me.
Yeah, Baz is a great sport. We had a little 6, 7, 8-year-old in the crowd up in Multan. Or maybe you could take a leaf out of his book. Oh, brilliant. That's the flight again. Evades Jamie Smith on that front foot.
Yeah, although he bowls slowly, just look at the length. Just not allowing the batter to come at them. It's not full enough to drive and it's not short enough to go back. So the length has to be perfect. Even though his skill of changing pace, it's the length that he works so well with. Again, the length absolutely spot on. 120 for 6.
Oh!
Well, pitch doctors, myself and Nas have been out there twice already. The question was always around when it would turn and how much. Now, in contrast, and obviously putting into context this particular venue during Bangladesh, albeit they left grass on it. So in that case, it was a case of making a green top. 6 millimeters and 9 millimeters in that first and second test respectively was the live grass left. And then Shan Masood, then Jason Gillespie's strategy was to go pace friendly, hence why they did field 4 quick bowlers. In contrast, 3.6 degrees so far.
Oh yeah!
Well, a little bit of slow turn there may be, but you still need your spinners to exploit that. There is always a little more pressure on the spinners when there's expectation, when you see the ball turning, and so far Sajid and Noman responding beautifully.
Oh yes, buddy.
It's been noticeable that the variations today in flight, actually, particularly from Noman, but also in this over from Sajid, who's just held the last 2 balls back a little bit and bowled them much more slowly. At Jamie Smith trying to get him to drive. Excellent pressure being applied, 121 for 6.
Well, that word highlighted in red, free today in the premium enclosure. So make your way down because it is a bit of an intriguing, gripping contest. You can get your tickets at pcb.tcs.com.pk.
No, that's almost one. Little more.
It's good to see a crowd in today. Talked about the free tickets for the premium enclosure, so if you're in that area, the tickets are free today. Get yourself down. And good to see a response. Much bigger crowd than we had in Multan.
Yeah, as we had this discussion before, this ground, well, early 90s it was international cricket came here, but it's slap bang in the center of the city, so people do come in. Multan slightly off center with the city, so this is probably the one ground that you would say, yes, test match cricket, you can carry on being played here. Karachi, Lahore, you don't get that much of a crowd, but here definitely people walk in.
Yeah, from a viewership point of view as well, much closer to the action. You're almost on top of the action in comparison to some of the other stadiums around the country. Definitely invites the most exciting crowd. The other thing as well, heard Jason Gillespie talk about in one of his pre-match interviews, talk about the fact that when he arrived into the job, into Pakistan, he was told that there isn't a lot of spin in the country going around. Obviously, to his surprise, they've also got Mehran Mumtaz in the squad, an upcoming exciting talent to watch, slow left-arm spinner. Jason Gillespie is begged to differ. He said there's definitely spin and there's quality spinners around. I think Pakistan have finally found a template of home conditions which suit the current resources they have. There's that variation in flight. Every now and then he fires one in. 88 k's that previous delivery.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, pressure continually being applied by Pakistan. It's 121 for 6.
वक्त आएगा
56 is the fall of the first wicket, and then they followed in quick succession. 118 for 6. England walked in at lunch at 110 for 6. 110 for 5, beg your pardon. Ben Stokes has been the 6th wicket to fall post-lunch. We're talking about them trying to figure out a method or an approach. Just every now and then Jamie Smith is used to look to use his feet to negate the turn, get to the length of the pitch of the ball.
The other thing about all this is that talking to, as you do, you talk to a lot of cricket fanatics, which is every other person in Pakistan. Also talk to people who are involved with the sport, and they say that once you see an opposition playing 3 spinners, it sort of gives them comfort with the batting unit. All around Pakistan there's a feeling that Pakistan do play spin well, and they get more sort of nervous when they're faced with an attack which has 3 seamers or 4 seamers who can get the ball to swing or reverse swing. And this sort of surface where the opposition is forced to play spin and bowl more spin, it actually comes to Pakistan's comfort zone. People I've talked to, the consensus is that you much rather face spin than paces, whatever the surface. Especially at home, you want to be facing more spin because you're more dominant there. So maybe Pakistan have just stumbled upon something here in a future series as well.
Oh yes, buddy.
121 for 6. Oh, you talk about that, Baz. Pakistan, in particular, that middle order at least plays spin well. It is their strength of the two suits between the quicker bowling or otherwise. And then even Salman Ali Agha, go back to that second innings in the second test match, 66 odd, albeit yes, he got a couple of chances where the wicket was definitely turning far more than this one. They've been the mainstay of the run scoring, including Kamran Ghulam, who was exceptional 100 on debut in Multan.
मिडल होगा ना उधर ही आएगा ठीक है ना ये बल्ला स्लो भी ना वो बल्ला चले तो घुमा ले अच्छा अगर डंडों से करोगे ना बॉल उधर ही जाएगा तो बाहर करोगे तो इधर आएगा वैसे सामने रख दो अच्छा है बस फिर ठीक है हाँ जाओ और बस
Pakistan's leading home appliance brand, Super Asia. Magic of one touch.
पापा इसके लिए आ रहा के रख ले रहना मार दे क्रॉस मार दे इसको.
Yeah, just moving across. A couple of times Jamie Smith has danced down the track. Got long off on the boundary as well.
Catch!
Picks up a single, plays it well. Yeah, rare delivery that has missed the length. It was short, it was wide. Atkinson has pounced on the opportunity to pick up 4.
Yeah, still not an easy ball to put away, actually, in the conditions. You've got to wait, because they'll come off the pitch slowly, and then you've got to hit with a straight bat. Not try and cut that, which might be the case in, say, Australia or England, where there'd be a bit more bounce. Put it away well.
Beautiful. Once again from Noman Ali. Does him in the flight and the length. 127 for 6.
It's the drop that he gets that is deceiving the England batters, and that's because he puts enough spin on the ball. That combination of side spin and overspin gets a bit of overspin that gets the ball to drop, and that then allows the ball to turn past the outside edge off the pitch.
The spin continues, and the spin from Noman and Sajid. 38 overs now between them. Once again, keeping low. Baz reckons that Pakistan have fielded a two-pronged spin attack, full-time bowlers. Uses his feet, doesn't quite get it from where he did want it, but drags it down into mid-wicket, into that vacant area. Jimmy Smith also picks up 4.
Well, you do have to find ways to score. I'm sure England's approach will be to try and hit with a straighter bat. I know he's slightly fetched that to mid-wicket, but he's looking to go straighter down the ground. England have rather put away the sweep shot after that morning session.
Shouts of catch it, fielder settles. A ball just does its bit to go over the head of Saim Ayub. Hopefully he hasn't hurt himself or done damage, but England pick up 6.
Smith just chancing his arm. He thinks that's the opportunity to where to score. It's difficult as it can be. He does try and salvage something, but just over the rope.
Catch!
Well, in all fairness, height wasn't on his side either.
I think Saim just might take offense to that.
We're in the same boat.
Oh yes, buddy.
Gets it through. The cover fielders should look to pick up 2. 139 for 6.
ठीक है
139 for 6 then, and Smith and Atkinson have played pretty well so far. Put away the sweep, played straight, and when an opportunity has presented itself to score, they've taken advantage.
Yeah, even though they have looked to play the ball square of the wicket, they have used vertical bat rather than horizontal. That's why they've been able to survive for that long. And this is the right option on a pitch like this.
Well, the drives continue, and the single simple rule is you've got to make sure you are very sure that ball's going to bounce before you try and push or drive through the offside. We agreed that the straighter bat helps on a day like this.
Well, they've looked pretty comfortable playing straight, haven't they, so far? Concern, obviously, when you saw the first ball of the day spin as it did, is that, right, you have to play the angles with the sweep. But the very nature of the pitch keeping lower, as Ben Duckett will tell you, means you've got to get that bat straight. If you you're going to sweep, it's going to have to be probably more on line, outside off stump.
Well, those are the early signs, weren't they? The first couple of sweep shots from, say, Zach Crawley for one, foot was outside the line and second line of defence was there. Then we've seen a series of shots which haven't necessarily been judged particularly well. And now we're seeing a bit of digging in, which I think is the right thing given the circumstances. 141 for 6. So the wickets of the day, Zach Crawley stretching without due care and attention. See how far away he was and how big the stretch was. Couldn't control the shot. Simplest of chances. Right, sweep shot with the second line of defence is fine if the line is right. Ollie Pope will know full well that when it's hitting you in line and in the stumps, you're in trouble. Joe Root normally does this so well. I think it's clever bowling, actually. It does turn a little bit more quickly than many had done prior to this in the morning. So clever bowling, just a rare error of that sort of nature from Joe Root. Never see him miss those normally. Continuing the look back, that just rolls along the deck. Ben Duckett has every excuse here. What is it, 6 inches, 7, 8 inches above the surface? Now that's very, very beautifully timed.
Yeah, that was quality. And Harry Brook, who loves batting here in Islamabad, was dismissed.
Yeah, Harry needs to rethink. I mean, after that triple hundred in the first innings of the series, where he could not do a thing wrong, it just seems as though sort of the intricacies of playing the turning ball have given him some of the wrong ideas. It's all part of the learning curve.
Yeah, when you give a bat to a young kid and you throw a ball at him. Now that was a very good catch in the slip by Salman Ali Agha. That one swept. Will be runs. Yeah, to finish my point, if you give a bat to a young guy and throw a ball at him, the first instinct is to hit the ball really hard. Then that young kid finally realizes and gradually realizes that to bat longer, you need to develop defensive skills. We haven't seen those defensive skills when you talk about top order when they're challenged.
Catch it.
Well, things change. The game is constantly evolving, but some of the old cliches are very, very true still. You can't make runs sat in the pavilion. So you have to work out a way of staying out there long enough to make runs, and then when you're out there, how are you going to make them at a certain pace? We have got 5 days, plenty of time in the game. 147 for 6 now after 41. And there will be certain people turning in their graves just to dust that one down and bring it out into the open air again.
And interesting watching, though, this partnership particularly, it goes against the grain of what we've seen and how this England side has operated, which is to try and knock the spinners off their line and length, knock the captain out of his plans. They've played it sensibly and thus far well. I agree with your point, David, about Joe Root's dismissal, though. It's a bit of a collector's item, that. He does like to play the spinners off the back foot, and that's fine. It was a clever bit of bowling, and it's a very rare occasion I think Joe's just misjudged the length. That's credit to the bowler, I think. Maybe a bit of the pitch as well, but you very rarely see him get trapped like that.
And the other thing I think, just looking yet again at it, is it's turned and bounced a little bit more quickly than most of the balls we've seen today. So you can understand his thinking because he does that so well. You can understand that if he was expecting it to come off a little bit more slowly, again, that fraction of a second makes absolutely all the difference. I'm talking slowly. It's been an absolute revelation watching the man. Sometimes that ball hangs in the air for hours. And that last one timed at 72 Ks, 72.8 Ks. That's almost going backwards. Beautiful. So close to the top of our stump. That's the slow left armer's dream. Just enough to beat the bat, just too much to beat the stumps.
Coat of varnish, that one missing off stump. But you're right, his skill is high because there's no mystery to him. It's a left arm spinner, but his control of his flight, speed, trajectory, very good, very impressive.
And again, just giving it air, giving it plenty of air. Here you see the loop, the dip, the turn, did everything, absolutely everything, apart from just nudge the top of off stump. We also saw Jack Leach in the silhouetted up in the rooms. Ball in hand. He's got to think about batting as well, but ball in hand is going to be an absolutely vital role for him. Whatever England end up with in this first innings here in Rawalpindi, what happens after that? Very, very critical. It's just taken all the pace off the ball. Now, is there a suspicion of the thinnest of edges? Is there a hint of a feather here? It's bowled so slowly, if it even has it at the edge, you wouldn't hear it. Shan hasn't heard it. Rizwan hasn't persuaded anyone. We will find out, of course, with our technology what's happened here, but it's beautifully bowled. Just that, again, just that little smidge of turn. See, the way the hand goes on the helmet after the initial appeal, I think suggests that Rizwan thinks no. The thing with bowling at this pace, isn't it? There's no speed to work with in terms of the attacking shots. You'd think that you might be able to get down the pitch if you're watching it from the hand, seeing it go up in the air like that, but because it's kind of so slow and still that good spinner's loop and dip, there's always the danger you won't quite get there, but it surely at this pace gives you a chance to think about it. A little bit shorter, good back foot force. Singles are everything. 150 comes up. Slower than normal, 42 overs, 150 for 6.
Edge or no edge? Close, very close, but Rizwan was correct. Shan was correct. Didn't hear a thing. We've got a bowling change, lads.
Now, there is something extraordinary about to happen. So I'd like you all to be sitting down. Just take this easy and listen carefully. There is a bowling change. We haven't seen one of these from Pakistan for several hours. Combined on day one here in Rawalpindi and the end of the Multan second test match. But yes, Zaid Mahmood does exist. Shan Masood has looked down his team sheet, which he's kept in his pocket, for all available options, and his time has come. 89 overs without a bowling change, And here we go. Ooh, nearly, well, it's going to keep low, we know that, but that's a little bit short, pulled away. Problem for Zaid Mahmood is going to be trying to keep the same pressure on as the other two have done so successfully for 42 overs. So his control will be watched carefully, and opportunities to score, I hope, will be accepted.
Got to be feeling a little bit uncomfortable with things, though. He's been overlooked for so long. It's not like the captain is showing a great deal of confidence in him.
It's not good for your confidence as a bowler. If the captain doesn't show any faith in you, what happens to a bowler's thinking who's not used appropriately for a couple of test matches? He just wants to prove a point to the captain and overdoes things. Instead of looking to land the ball in the right areas, get the rhythm, and then look for wickets, they just try and pick up wickets with every delivery. Here's a question for you, David. England has opted to play a leg spinner, and on a pitch where you expect low scores in an innings, how do you use a leg spinner?
Pick an end, any end. Well, England will get clues from watching Zaid Mahmood here. Rehan has been out of the side because Leach and Shoaib Bashir and Hartley in the winter, so early in the year in India, have taken that slot. It's the same principle, back him.
Gotcha!
Well bowled, that's nicely bowled. 152 for 6. It's the same principle, you have to, as a captain, instill some faith in your man. So look, you're part of this team. Stokes in the run-up to this game has said we're putting him in because we know he's the sort of bowler that can change games. I think they accept he doesn't have necessarily the same control as, say, Leach does. But if he's going to produce something a bit different now and again, pick up 2 or 3 wickets, it's up to Stokes to decide, of course, who gets first go. It will probably be Leach, I think, nowadays. And just blend the 3 together. But yeah, the key is what you were talking about just now, giving a man confidence in his own ability, confidence to bowl the odd bad ball and not see it as a heinous crime. Well, change bowling at one end, but not at the other. Noman Ali will continue.
Key for both the leggies you just mentioned, guys, is keeping the stumps in play. Wrist spin, you tend to get a little bit more bounce, so saw Jamie Smith and Gus Axey just play off the back foot a bit more, and then the one that does stay a little lower, if it's pushed through maybe out the front of the hand, that becomes a really dangerous delivery if you can force the batsman to play a little bit off the back foot. Smith's quite happy here just to come forward. But if you get a little bit extra bounce in the leggy and you get back and try and force it, the one that stays down, zips on, you think an Adil Rashid out the front of the handball could be very dangerous.
Well, goes against what little turn there is there. Watches it well, nudges it for one. Just remember that our official mobile handset partner in this series is indeed Vigotel. Yeah, Noman just a little bit disappointed, I think, in himself. Just overdoing the line there. Yeah, you can see the gesture. Too far. Expecting it or trying to get it to too much, maybe, from leg stump instead of the usual line, which will be middle, middle and off, which I'm sure he will return to any moment now. Thank you.
If, let's say, Smith wants to use his feet to Naman Ali, has he got to get all the way down and get it on the full?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, a full half volley will do. That actually is a full half volley delivered to him. He's just got into this mindset of defence. 154 for 6. Well, yeah, there are lots of caveats, aren't there? If you're not quite there, you can shut up shot, just make sure it doesn't get past you. If you're all the way there, if you turn to full toss, brilliant. But if it's a full half volley, then you've still got to make sure on a pitch like this you don't go through too early with the shot. I mean, but there are options.
Well, we had a long discussion during the first test match whether using your feet is premeditated or not. Well, one thing is for sure. You have to understand the thinking of the bowler. And when you talk about Noman, he seldom pitches the ball short.
That's what he's looking for. Good length, good line, good turn.
He's quite a capable bowler, Zaid Mahmood. Now, to finish the point, as a batter, you can afford to jump out the crease against Noman Ali. Force him to do otherwise.
Yeah, the leg break gives you suspicion in your mind as a batsman. Top spinner gives you bounce as a bowler. What next was what Gus Atkinson will be thinking. Low leg break. It's the thing about leg spin bowling, though, if you haven't seen the individual before, which Atkinson really won't have done, then you just take a little while to get to learn what it looks like coming out of the hand. Whatever you've seen maybe on videos, there's no substitute for seeing it come out of the hand and working out the various variations, which sometimes takes a while.
Played that one off the back foot. If he can now just get one just that little bit fuller, maybe honing in on the shin, you might find Atkinson hanging back a wee bit.
Googly goes down the leg side. Still on the back foot. Which actually is a method that's been used years ago, if you're not quite sure and the pitch is slow enough. I mean, there's still problems if you get it wrong, even on this pitch. You at least have a little chance to look at it. Finally gets one away from the business area of the bat. 157 for 6. If I can take you back a few years, but you'll remember this, but the 84 tour here, Vic Marks, for instance, who wasn't, dare I say it, of dear old Vic, the best at picking Abdul Qadir. For instance, Faisalabad was a very true but slow pitch. He just went on the back foot and watched it. So even if he wasn't sure which way it was going to go, he had time, by doing that, to look at the ball and just drop a bat on it. That's what the original curtain rail that could go one way or the other at the last moment. Lovely man, Vic, of course. And he got some good runs there.
Did you read the wrist or the seam?
Good question. Hopefully the hand. On good days, you'd see the ball in the air as well. On bad days, you'd sometimes have to just sort of go with your instinct. If I'm brutally honest with myself, I didn't pick every one. No way. But you get an instinct for the hand. As I say, as long as you're there long enough to look at it, and you start to work out leg spin googly, other googly, top spinner. I remember getting 50 at Karachi in the first test in '84, and suddenly this flipper arrived. Hadn't seen that before. Finger went up, but you make a note. You make a mental note. LBW, by the way.
Did you review it?
I think actually, even if it had been available, I think I'd have conceded that one. Right, one of our proud partners in this series. Finest washing powder in the land, super soft. Cleans like a dream.
Ball, Popsy.
Great bowling.
Wonder what they've made of it so far. I wonder what they'll be doing in 4 days' time, or whenever. Yeah, it's turned into a game of attrition now, because Smith, for one, has realised that he can survive, therefore trying to keep it as simple as possible. 31 hard-earned runs for him. Atkinson keeping him company as well. Old-style Test cricket. Very solid. 158 for 6.
It's been a while since we've seen a run rate involving England and the bat at less than 3.5, but needs must. And Atkinson and Smith are just, well, they are trusting their defence. There have been a few iffy moments, and it's difficult when the pitch stays low and you're trying to play the cross-bat shots, but they've played straight. And just making Pakistan wait. The thing with Smith, though, is he can make up so much lost time if he needs to with his power, but we're not at that stage just yet. That's a difficult shot to play on this pitch. I know you get a bit more bounce with the wrist spin. Danger of a drag on.
Still trying. Yeah, but the other thing is you kind of have to leave the shot just a fraction of a second later as well, because you're not sure about the bounce. You're not sure about the degree of turn. You're on a really flat pitch with minimal variations. You can set yourself just a millisecond earlier, and that can make all the difference. Well, 3 in a row. Well, you can be kind and say this is a setup, or you can just say he's just not quite got the legs right.
Well, I think on a pitch like this, as a batter, you need to use your wrists, like David used to do. Instead of hitting the ball in front, just delay your stroke and try to hit the ball square of the wicket on the offside. And there is a bit of gap. You can pick up singles.
Catch it! Well done.
Yeah, that's the length I think he's really looking for, right at the end of the over. At 158 for 6. Helmets will come off, gloves will come off, bats will be laid to rest for 3 or 4 minutes, and the drinks will indeed come on. But as expected, it was all spin. Noman Ali with the first count, just sliding it up outside off, edge towards point. And the sweep shot brought out. The LBW for Ollie Pope. The sharp spin off the back foot. Joe Root missing that, trapped in front. And this one really kept low. The one real significant delivery that didn't bounce at all. Then the sweep all around the legs. And a beautiful delivery which Stokes pushed at. A terrific catch of Salman Ali Agha. At that stage, England had lost their 6 wickets for 118. Only spinners used. Zahid finally into the attack. He's bowled 3 overs. Now this partnership has been there for 89 deliveries. Sajid Khan from the media box end. It's been better from England after lunch. Been able to bat conventionally. Not a lot of sweep shots being played either.
A lot of work has gone on the surface here, and so they've tried to change or alter the DNA of the surface. I don't know how it'll play, how it'll pan out in the couple more sessions, but it may have calmed down a little bit compared to the first session. Partly because England have applied themselves a bit better, but I think it could be that Pakistani spinners have tired a little bit because they bowl marathon spells. But this pitch has quietened down a bit in this session.
Yeah, I think it's because these two Surrey boys have shown the application and the shots that are needed on this surface. The low bounce, there are certain shots you shouldn't play, high risk, in certain ways you should, and I think these two have shown the way to go.
And 1-2, they'll get back 4-2.
Too many sweeps on length, they've waited on line, they've come down the pitch, they've played with a straight bat. They've been positive, not gone in their shell, but not been reckless. So far, so good for these two Surrey boys.
Plus, Nas, you wouldn't say that Sajid Khan and Numan Ali have bowled a lot. Still bowl more. Surprisingly underused.
He's bowled his heart out, Sajid. What a tremendous comeback. Not only has he been technically great, but mentally also to put in such an effort and back yourself. Even on a spinning track, you were supposed to take baby steps, get into the groove and then unleash your talent potential. But right from the first ball in that Multan Test match has been on song. Pakistan have fielded outstandingly well. There's a lot of energy in the field. They've caught well. The ground fielding has been very good. 162 for 6.
And with the factors that Ramiz and Nas have talked about, it just negates that advantage of winning the toss and batting first. You lose 5 wickets in the opening session on a pitch where you think that everybody thinks that batting first is the option. That advantage more or less gone.
Yeah, no one knows what this pitch will do as we look ahead, with it being baked and exposed to the sun and those heaters and the wind that was blown across it. It was, when I went out there with the Rouge at lunch, it was a little bit more crumbly where the batters have been standing and where the bowlers have been following through. But obviously with the bowlers only being spinners, the traffic where the danger area is none, because spinners don't follow through that far, as Beefy Botham used to call them, step and fetch it's. So in the areas that they're actually looking, there is no rough at all at the moment. What's done for England is low bounce.
And a couple of bat shot selection to go with that. Bit of off spin in Salman Ali Agha.
Oh.
That's a decent record for someone who's not considered frontliner.
Atkinson got to be careful here. Just with a different bowler, and he's quietly quicker and skiddier. He's got to force himself forward. He likes to play spin off the back foot.
Has the bow leg side. Well, a couple of bounces into the deep.
England's target surely has to be 200. Somehow get to 200 and take it from there. This partnership has been outstanding because you're normally jolted by what has transpired before you, but somehow they've maintained calmness, and there's been a lot of purpose, and the out cricket has been very smart.
You almost have to play boring cricket or traditional cricket where you bat for a long period of time with minimum risk. England recently haven't done that. They want to get after the bowling. They want to get that scoreboard rattling along. It's not a surface that will allow you that, and this partnership has shown you how to get runs and how to be solid on a surface. There's not a lot of bounce and it is pretty slow. Spin, bounce. No excitement. 165 for 6.
Hit the pad and ballooned up in the air for the slip fielder to take a catch. No bat involved. That's not a bad start from Salman Ali Agha, trying to get that ball to spin from that off-stump angle.
As expected, all 4 spinners now have a bowl. Long spells for Sajid and Numan. Change of ends for Zayed.
Shabash, shabash, shabash. कोई कहास थ्रो नहीं है तेरी आसमान में नहीं सीधे पेंग सीधे से
All away from that bat.
सारे पीछे हैं वैसे 165 में ऊपर आ जाओ 1 2 3 4 5 3 ऊपर है 4
Rizwan wants somebody else to be brought in. He doesn't want that easy single to be conceded.
Gotcha!
Crashed through. That's brilliantly done by Shan Masood.
It's about as good as I've seen them field for a long time, Pakistan, this today. Shan Masood in particular has been excellent on the drive. Another one. This may well have stopped the boundary. It's hit so well. Even with the sweeper, it may have gone to the boundary. Excellent stuff.
Oh yes, buddy. Good ball, Zahid.
Yeah, the other question that will arise, Nas, is that obviously England committed to driving the game forward. How difficult is then to be able to change? That's the issue, to be able to find a balance on particular pitches.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, their general rule is the more it does, the harder you go. You've got to put the pressure back on the bowlers. But I think they realised around about lunchtime, was it really a 100 for 5 pitch? I don't think it was. It's not like it's spun square. It's not been a Chennai or an Ahmedabad or Multan second time round. Just find a method, and that's what they've done, not the tempo. A lot of focus with England's batting is on tempo, and are they going hard enough? Should they go harder? Not enough focus on method. These two have shown the method on a low bounce pitch. And I hope some of the others are watching that you can easily bat on here. If you get in, there are no demons in it. If the one keeps along the ground and rolls and gets you LB, you walk off and you say, well, can't do anything about that.
Gotcha!
167 for 6.
Well, I mentioned the skipper. A win will boost your confidence, but then you set the tone in the field as well. And he has on a number of occasions, and others have followed. That is what leadership is about.
And the first time Shan Masood is captaining a test match coming off a win. And you see he's more proactive, more focused, or more involved in the game. What a win does to the camp. Maybe a couple of runs. That means that it's a 50 partnership raised for the 7th wicket.
The other standout feature in this partnership is that they've not looked to improvise. It's just been basic stuff, conventional cricket, conventional batting, and look at the rewards. On a tough pitch, a 50-run partnership. And they've done that also. Every now and then they've used their feet just to put the bowler a little off. Shan Masood, I mean, his captaincy has been pretty decent, but he's got to realize that long spells to spinners can also have an after effect, because when they come back for another spell after tea, would the bodies be fresh? What about the fingers? Are they hurting? England would be ruining the fact that they didn't have a great first session after winning the toss, and that was the clincher for Pakistan. That really made them think aggressively.
Very calm out there in the centre with this partnership, and very calm in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Garam garam chai being served there all the time.
Beautiful. Shabash. Good bowling, guys. Good bowling. Huh? Inshallah, inshallah. Sahi. Catch it, catch
Goes
it.
back, the pull shot, shouts for catch, catch. No, it's over, just over. He's gone away for 6, but deep mid-wicket was in play. 175 for 6.
Well, that is Jamie Smith's go-to shot off seamers and in particular off spinners. Press forward. He had to wait for it. The pitch is so slow, he had to wait and wait. And at no stage was he trying to keep it down. He knew there was a deep mid-wicket out there, and he backed himself to hit it for 6. He did.
Third 6 of the innings. Jamie Smith just seems to have found that balance. Yes, you have to score. It's been hit nicely through the offside. Yes, you have to score, but you pick your options.
Good thing about that 6 was that he had to wait, and somehow he remained with the shot. His balance was not off because he's waiting, and so at times you lose the force when your balance is, or your force is not behind the shot. And he had to clear that man who was waiting for a not so middle shot. Really was brave and really was well played. There you see him lining him up, and then had to wait just that split second more, but his force was behind that shot.
Almost with this field set, you can spot that it's not spinning big. There's a slip in place and a very deep sort of short extra cover with the helmet on, but nothing around the bat. It's not spinning sharply.
I think Zaid definitely needs a bit of encouragement from the close-in net of fielders. You don't hear Rizwan really go hard and get behind him. I think he needs all kind of encouragement.
Missed it one.
177 for 6. Evidence that England have batted well post-lunch. Rajat Khan into his 24th over. Short mid-wicket. Short leg, pretty deep.
Could be the ball as well, Bazid. You speak about that Kookaburra ball quite a bit, don't you? Even spinners who love things to happen quickly, as it goes soft, it does stay low, it does it slowly, and you can adjust. And you can see these two, as they've got in and the ball's got older, they have time to adjust.
Yeah, even on an abrasive surface, that seam goes and then doesn't grip into the surface. So with the new ball, Sajid does get that seam to be perfect when he's bowling the off spinner. Now you can just go on the back foot and probably wait for it a touch longer.
Oh! Good skills, mate.
Good batting from Smith and Atkinson. Maybe letting England know the correct temperament to bat on this surface, on such a surface. We've hardly seen them to play sweep shots, no improvisation. It's just good, decent batting and backing yourself to play with a straighter bat. Turning out to be a great partnership. 61 of 124.
Oh yeah.
179 for 6. .125 deliveries between Smith and Atkinson. Goes through the offside with protection. And the partnership now over 20 overs. Maybe just Shan Masood look at Ahmed Jamal, maybe change it up. He's just been in the field for so long, hasn't even gone near that Kookaburra. Maybe. Just for a change up, just a couple of overs. Slashes away.
Azad needs either his leg spin to turn or his wrong gun really to do something magical for him, because his leg spinners do not turn a lot. His wrong guns is more like a top spinner. Well, that one turn, I think that is what he needs to do. Just be consistently around that off stump area. Nice revs on the ball. Beautifully bowled. Enticing batsman to come forward to that length.
एक नहीं देना इसको, एक नहीं देना इस बॉल पे। नहीं भूली ना कर।
Into the onside. Call for 2, but no, just a single. 181 for 6.
Had so much of time really to play that length off the back foot. That was supposed to be a foolish length. Smith finding it very easy to manage that from the crease.
Can't pierce the offside. Still on 48 is Smith.
शाबाश मैडम तगड़ा बॉल
Turn into the onside. Smith wants 2. He will get 2, so he gets to his 50. His 4th test match 50, and in his 9th test match he's got 1 overseas. Solid innings. England needed that, and he's been up to the task with a very secure innings, especially with the way that he's batted against spin. 183 for 6.
Yeah, top knot. Got his tempo right, got his shot selection right. Runs are more valuable when they come in a crisis, and that's exactly what he's done. And a revelation since he's come into the England side, batting and keeping wicket, and mainly his temperament. Very calm, very assured, to the manner born really as a test match cricketer. Plenty more to come from Jamie Smith in the years ahead.
सैम तो इस तरफ लेना कि वो मारेगा ना तेज तरफ आएगा आगे रखना है इसको जरा सब आगे से मारने दे इसको catch it oh well bowled shabash
Surprised Mahmood hasn't gone through his variations a bit more to Atkinson. Even if Atkinson picks the odd one, just go leg break googly, just mix it up so that you guess Atkinson guessing. It's been predominantly leg breaks. Bowl the odd googly here and there.
Just goes over the top. It's timed beautifully over extra cover. That is some boundary.
Well, he knows which way it's spinning. It was tossed up. He never tried to keep this down. Extra cover is quite short, quite close, and he just chipped it over him, and his timing was superb.
Problem is that he's been given a field to bowl this angle. There's no short leg, there's no one for the wrong gun or the top spinner close to the bat. Rizwan asked him to bowl a bit quicker. I think that could be one way he could be a bit more effective. I think he's been asked to bowl a line where he can be driven.
Catch it!
Goes again, it's in the air, chance, no, just wide.
I mean, he's finding this angle a little easier to tackle. Even though it was aerial, but it was away from the reach of the long off fence. Saw the width and went after it, probably looking to hit it over cover. Kamran Ghulam had no chance in the end. They're looking whether it's a 4 or a 6. It's a 4. You've got to pick your moments, pick a bowler that you can attack, and Zayed seems to be in the firing range.
Zayed didn't mind that though, the opportunity created by that hit over the top. The timing was so good that it actually almost carried all the way. Goes again, this time down the ground. This is even better. This is beautiful hit down the ground. One bounce into the fence. 3 boundaries off the over. 195 for 6. A much safer shot down the ground, no protection straight down the ground, just maybe towards the onside, but it was in complete control.
Atkinson कौन है? इसको एक पूरा वो दिलाते हैं ना? हाँ? यहाँ से?
Well, what an excellent partnership this is between Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson, pair of young cricketers from the Surrey County Cricket Club who've sized up conditions rather better than the top order in this afternoon session. People will say 5 wickets before lunch, just the one after. Have things changed? Have conditions changed? I don't think so. I think these two have just played better. They've played the situation, they've played the conditions, they've played off the front foot, and they've played straight largely. And they're reaping the rewards.
Yeah, that is the key. Played with a vertical bat. And they trusted their defensive skills as well. And that's why a very good partnership.
Catch it!
Slog swept, and it was very full, and that meant that he couldn't get the elevation that he was looking for, and it only just cleared Shan Masood, who's in that very close catching position at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's done the hard yards, he's put the grind in, Jamie Smith, along with Gus Atkinson, and now a lot more assured at the crease, albeit close to the fielder.
Catch it!
Trouble now. Oh, it's over long on. Saud Shakil, who we saw put down a very straightforward catch in Multan in exactly that position. I thought for a moment he was right under this ball. He stretched for it. Smith looking to go down the ground, as has been his way. And had Saud Shakil been on the fence, on the boundary line, that surely would have been taken.
200 on the board with that 6. Now how about placing a taller fielder there?
Lovely, lovely use of the feet. Gets right to the pitch of it to drive that through the offside.
It's been really well controlled from Jamie Smith. Once he got a measure of the surface, he hasn't been afraid to use his feet.
Yeah, I can't think of a sweep shot that he's played in this innings. I may be wrong, but so it's been an intelligent innings. I'm not saying the sweep shot is a bad shot, but in these conditions with the low bounce, you have to be very clear on the line that you're going to sweep, and it was obviously costly for Pope and Harry Brook when they missed straight balls. So Smith has largely played to his strength down the ground. 207 for 6.
Yeah, initially when Gus Atkinson arrived at the crease, he was looking to play everything off the front foot. And once he got his bearing right, it has become very easy for him even to face the off spin off the back foot. Wasn't the case with Joe Root. Yeah, scoring rate has become better in this session.
Yeah, no doubt there'd have been all kinds of comment after the first 2 hours about the surface, but I think for those of us who are here just watching every ball, I never felt that it was a pitch that you should have been 5 down on at lunch. One duck it got was damn near unplayable, but other than that, I didn't think that the pitch was the cause of the rest of the wickets.
Yeah, I'm with you. We haven't seen many ball turning from the stumps. You know, if the spinners got a bit of turn, it was from outside the off stump. That was the delivery you were talking about. Kept really low. It was unlucky.
Yeah, good luck playing that one. It's for the second time this over Gus Atkinson, who clearly has decided that Zahid Mahmood is the weak link, if you like, in this attack, or the link in the attack that he wants to expose. Looks to want to go after the leg spinner.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him bowling. Especially when he got hit twice for a boundary in the previous over. Finally, 3 boundaries. I beg your pardon. Finally, Pakistani captain showing a bit of faith.
Very good. Pakistan's fielding has been sharp today. Both the ground fielding, catch at slip from Salman Al-Ayaga, very good to get rid of Ben Stokes.
Catch it, catch.
That's a one-day shot, really. It's the type of shot you see a lot these days in T20, when the spinners bowl slightly short of a length and batsmen pump it down the ground off the back foot. That is a very good shot, 211 for 6.
Yeah, I also think good assessment, because Shan had mid-wicket up, not on the fence, so he did try a couple of times to hit it across the line with that vacant mid-wicket region. This time just drops it marginally short. Hits it hard, hits it straight. That was the boundary he was looking for, Gus Atkinson. 93 runs now between the two. And remember, both have an international test 100, Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson. And they're putting on a very good partnership here for England.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Gus Atkinson's father arrived actually in Rawalpindi or Islamabad last evening to watch, and might as well enjoy his son's batting, because I'm not sure how much bowling he'll be doing on this surface when England come to bowl. Swept hard, and his powerful player is Jamie Smith. He's eyeing up that leg side boundary, and a look of almost resignation there from Sajid Khan, as if to say, what can I do about that?
Yeah, enjoying now after spending a lot of time on the surface. Now they're expressing themselves, scoring runs at their will. Last 20 deliveries yielded 34 runs for these two batters. This innings gaining momentum.
Yeah, we're talking about Gus Atkinson. His father watched him get that memorable 100 at Lord's last year, which was beyond his wildest, both Gus's and his dad's wildest expectations. But he showed then that he can bat, and he's showing that now. Partnership is worth 99. Atkinson giving excellent support to Jamie Smith.
He's really going after it now. Smith and Atkinson, they've decided in the last 3 or 4 overs that now is the moment. They feel that they're on top and that they can take the game back to the Pakistan spinners. And that 100 partnership has come up with a mighty blow down the ground from Jamie Smith.
That's the way to go. To excel on a pitch like this, as a batter, you need to use your feet. And foot actually made that stroke and made it look very easy. Changing the angle, Sajid Khan.
All-round cricketers in their own ways. Jamie Smith, of course, England's wicketkeeper. Gus Atkinson will be the lone specialist seamer in this game for England, and these runs will help give them so much confidence as they come into the rest of this game, as Smith swings almost wildly again to the leg side. .24 for 6.
There was a definite call for altering the way England approached the first session. And there's been a clear intent after the grind's been done, after the hard yards have been put in between the two feeling now comfortable with the pace of the surface, the turn on it, and so much more, playing with more so a straighter bat.
Yeah, there are plenty of options for Shan Masood. He can always look at Amir Jamal. A seamer hasn't been tried as yet in this test match, and there is no harm.
Yeah, going with a 3-pronged spin attack in Noman, Sajid and Zahid, Pakistan fielding the same 11. Also, if you have a look at the square, very, very different to what the second test in Multan had. We just had the 2 practice surfaces that have, they're obviously the barren ones on either side of the main strip, but everything else very lush. So Pakistan have kept it heavily in favour of the spin, not allowing any area for the ball to scuff up, as in when the ball does get thrown to a seamer and if it does reverse. So now 59 overs old. They continue with the spin, and this time Noman back with the ball.
Yes, and for the first time in a while, questions being asked now of Shah Masood, who was just able in that first session to allow Noman and Sajid Khan to wheel away unchanged. Just before that last over began, or this over began, there was 4 or 5 of the senior players got together almost in the middle of the pitch, and just a sign that for the first time today that England just getting on top of matters. Questions being asked of Shan. What are you going to do now? Well, he's gone back to his 2 mainline spinners, Noman and Sajid.
But the reason why Jamie Smith has batted so well in this innings, he made his decision slightly later than the other batsmen. And he was very much decisive when to play off the front foot or go back in the crease.
Catch it!
And the change works. Gus Atkinson, having played a good hand alongside Jamie Smith, has now popped one straight back into the hands of the left-arm spinner Noman Ali.
No pace for the batter to work with. Bowled it very slow, stalled in the air and then got stuck in the pitch. Didn't play that stroke with control, but a very good contribution. 39 from 71 deliveries, put up a lot of resistance. Got Atkinson, and it's 7th wicket gone. It's 225 on the board.
Well, 225 for 7 suggests Pakistan have had a pretty good day, but they needed that wicket. They were under pressure then. Partnership had advanced beyond 100 between Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson. Both were playing well. Gus Atkinson, having made 39, offered a return catch to Noman Ali. Just the slowness of the surface, maybe a bit early on the shot. And Pakistan had their 7th now. Rehan Ahmed, who brought into the side for this game, an extra spinner for a seamer, but he's a batter as well. He probably, for Leicestershire in the English County Championship, gets more opportunity with the bat than ball. Only 13 wickets in the County Championship this summer. But he'll have his opportunity later with the ball on a pitch that's offering some slow turn, but for now England will want to get that score up beyond 250.
Yeah, it was a drop in pace. He's varied his pace extremely well. A simple return catch accepted by Noman. That was England's 7th. With 39 runs and a 107-run partnership as well, which was crucial.
Every time he's given a ball, he has obliged the captain Noman Ali. 225 for 7.
Catch it!
11 wickets for him. And that second test match was eyeing a 10 for. His bowling part at the other end also with the bulk of wickets. All 20 went to the spin. 9 to Sajid, 11 to Noman, and they're back in the action. 4 and 2 respectively. 4 and 3, beg your pardon.
So Jamie Smith, 75 from 107, and just before Gus Atkinson got out, looked as though he was keen to accelerate matters. And if you keep getting waist-high full tosses, then there's no need to change the approach. A shocking delivery that got what it deserved.
Yeah, he's sighting the ball big now. He was converting those good deliveries into scoring options, and here was a juicy full toss, and what the leg spinner was expecting. Accepted that full toss gleefully and tucked it over long on for a 6.
There's some that haven't come quite out of the middle, and there's been a few times where they've been catching opportunities off Jamie Smith on the boundary. On both occasions, Saud Shakil and Kamran Ghulam were a few yards in.
Glorious, absolutely glorious from Jamie Smith. Just advancing 2 or 3 steps down the pitch, getting to the pitch of the ball, and then that long extension and follow through, sending the ball many a mile.
He's showing the way how the Pakistani spinner should be dealt with. Once again, came out of the crease with all the certainty and positivity, and got a very good result.
It's been fantastic hitting, and I was mentioning the fielders who are a few yards, and now you look at where all the fielders are. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, all on the fence. Because he's timing them so superbly now, Jamie Smith.
Gets away with it. And drops in between the infielder at backward point and Noman Ali, who's out on the boundary. He's advanced rapidly here, though. He's just within 11 now of 100. So he has the ability to change gears in his innings, which is one of the reasons why the selectors were so keen to promote him to the side. They had a very good wicket-keeper in Ben Folkes, outstanding wicket-keeper, batsman. I just felt that Jamie Smith offered them a little more. We're seeing right now what that offer is. 89. Oh, and still going. It was a brilliant effort out at long off. Sajid Khan settled himself under a high ball, took the catch, realised he was falling over the boundary, knocked it back in play, couldn't complete the catch.
This is brilliant. Brilliantly done by Sajid Khan at the boundary. Not quite at the middle, so the toe end of the bat. He does well, gets off the ground to take the clean catch. And now he's worried that the momentum will carry him over. Whether his right foot touches a cushion or not, but he does have the awareness, so he lobs the ball back in. But what he has done, he hasn't put it back into the field of play, so he has to lunge again, and he does it brilliantly. He does an exceptional job by Sajid Khan, irrespective of what the result. And I reckon it is a fantastic one for Pakistan. Just making sure that right foot there hasn't disturbed the advertising cushion. Don't see a ripple or a vibration because he's released the ball by that point. But the lob back in isn't ideally where he wanted. But have a look at that effort. It is a display of top quality.
Fantastic piece of athleticism that from Sajid Khan out on the long off boundary. But your earlier point, Aruj, is absolutely right. These fielders have got to be hugging the boundary line, right on the boundary line with the way Smith is attacking right now.
And just on that point again, at his last 42 runs, he's striking at 182 in just 23 deliveries, and predominantly the ball's flown over the fence. That's when those two catching opportunities, had those fielders been on the fence, both occasions would have been a simple take. I was thinking it was Kamran Ghulam and Saud Shakil a few yards in, but now all the fielders to Jamie Smith, at least on the leg side and straight down the ground, hugging the fence.
Yes, buddy.
He's looking to buy a wicket, enticing the batter by flighting the ball. Yeah, that's where he should be with his height.
Much wider on the crease, Noman Ali, for that delivery, and much more slowly bowled. Yeah, Sajid Khan's there. He's at deep backward square, and he's in a little bit, which is fine for the top edge sweep. It's the fielders who are straight at long off and long on for Jamie Smith who have to be right on the boundary edge.
The other thing that Jamie Smith has done so well, that he's attacked all of Pakistan's spinners. Yes, he took the leg spinner down, but he also favoured hitting Sajid with the spin into that leg side. Shan Masood, he's got his work cut out, and how does he break this partition? More importantly, pick up Jamie Smith.
Respectfully played, 242 for 7. As listening to Ben Stokes talk about Rehan Ahmed before the game, talking about his selection, obviously a conditions-based selection on the pitch and the lack of abrasive pitches either side. It's very lush, so they don't think there'll be reverse swing for the seamers. He talked about admiring Rehan his free spirit is how Ben Stokes termed it. But right now, Rehan's maybe just got to rein in that free spirit and play for Jamie Smith. Because Jamie Smith is on 91 and he's accelerated in dramatic fashion in the last half hour or so. Rehan needs to stick with him. Nicely played. There's gaps there, and he can knock it into those gaps and get Smith back on strike.
Well, Jamie Smith's been driving this forward, and so is Bank Alpha. It's your way forward. So get involved, multiple benefits.
Well, for the first time, Jamie Smith has forced Shan Masood to take that close fielder out at short leg. He's going to keep his slip in place, rightfully so. He's going to try and reinforce that area behind the bowler. That's where Jamie Smith's looking to attack the leg spinner down the ground. So another man now goes to a very, very straight long off, almost directly behind Zahid Mahmood. And Smith goes in the air, should be taken by Rizwan, and is taken. And almost for the first time, Jamie Smith looked to play a cross-batted shot, a sweep shot, has paid the price. But what an excellent innings this has been from the young Surrey wicket-keeper, rather rescuing a desperate situation for England just after lunch. He's played quite superbly.
Yeah, I feel happy for Zahid Mahmood, and I feel sorry for the young wicket-keeper batsman, who dealt with the arduous situation quite well, thoroughly deserved 100, but missed out. And that's because of that field placing, forced the batsman to hit the ball towards the onside. Only edged it, but a good innings. Very good innings from Jamie Smith. 243 for 8.
Jack Leach, who taking part in England's 6-hitting competition the day before this game, I think put one or two of his top order colleagues to shame with a couple of mighty blows into the stand. I'm not quite sure how he'll approach this situation. He's generally a man who, in a match situation, looks to trust his defence a little bit more, but England are 243 for 8. It's been England's session this afternoon, thanks to Jamie Smith primarily and that partnership with Gus Atkinson. But 8 down now, England will feel that this is not enough yet.
Catch it! Oh.
The ball turning into Jack Leach, hoping for bad pad to come into play on the leg side. Like you said, Amir, I think Zahid will give him a little bit more comfort with that one wicket.
Credit to Shan as well for that wicket of Jamie Smith. He took short leg out. He put another man, as we said, almost directly behind the bowler, 245 for 8. And that forced Jamie Smith to go squarer and across the line. And that was the result. The skied top edge straight to Mohammad Rizwan. Tee it is then. We weren't sure. We thought we might get another over in. So Jamie Smith has fallen in the penultimate over before tea. And as we go to the break, England are 244 for 8.
Now there's been, just going to mention this, there's been a discussion, if I can put it politely, about the official score. We were running a score of 244 at lunch. PCB scorer, the official scorer, said 242. There's discussion still going on as to one particular delivery. Over number 58, sorry, over number 59, 58.4. Was it 6 or was it 4? The forensic scientists are onto it. CID are investigating, and we hope to have a resolution confirmed at some stage.
Come on, David, what is 2 runs between friends?
Well, let's find some friends.
It's been friendly between Pakistan and England.
No, series has been played, to be fair. Series is played in a very good spirit. But anyway, at the moment, just to be absolutely clear, at the moment, these things can change. The official score, 242 for 8, 63 overs bowled up until tea. 1 session still to go. And no surprises. It's one of the top 2 spinners, Nouman Ali, to get things going again. Jack Leach straight away down the pitch, heaves it for 1.
There's so many things to like about that last session from England, because when the moment arrived, they did not shirk away from attacking Pakistan. That was the bright thing about that wonderful knock. Atkinson and Jimmy Smith played beautifully. 107-run partnership made a lot of sense, because it was not only how they accumulated the runs, but how actually they attacked Pakistan. So from a defensive position to be in that attacking position, it needed a lot of guts and a lot of good cricket, which we saw from that pair.
I think just to add to that, they attacked not only just Zahid but even Sajid.
Oh yes,
Jamie Smith had been there for a long time, and then they altered the method in which they started to then attack. They favored the wider V from mid-on all the way over cover, and that's what worked for them. Some lusty blows from Jamie Smith. Very, very fine knock of 89.
Ooh, hands on head from Nouman, because that was possibly fuller than Rehan Ahmed thought it was going to be. Anyway, watched it well.
Yeah, Rizwan just telling Nouman that he understands Urdu. Our good friend Atif Nawaz sat down with Shoaib Bashir and Rehan Ahmed between the tests to try and figure out how much of Urdu they do know and can understand.
Not only do they know Urdu, but the sledging bit also is, they're extremely well versed in that department also.
Well, they did mention that Rehan probably has a better understanding, and then very quickly one of them said, well, Rizwan smart enough changes to Pashto, and we have absolutely no idea then. So if they are translating messages back to Ben Stokes, then good luck.
For a brief moment, I thought you were talking about his sledging strike rate. It's 244 for 8. 245 for 8.
Come on, pay attention. All those years ago, Ramiz, remember when we were in opposition on the field, I clearly remember a number of your wicket-keepers using what I would describe as a blend of passionate Urdu with the odd word of Anglo-Saxon that left one in no doubt as to what the tone of the message was.
You're such a gentleman, David. We never ever sledged you. Absolutely no chance.
There was one I want to confess to nicking and not walking. Anyway, not to worry. No one heard, no one heard, no one mentioned it. Well, both the front-line spinners in operation straight away after tea. Nouman at one end, Sajid Khan at the other. Off spinner to left-hander.
Yes, buddy.
Trying to find that magic ball that turns from straight.
Catch it!
Ooh, shouts of catch it, but it's wide of the bowler. It's in the gap down to long off. Leach will pick up one.
Just feel that you've got to bowl a little quicker after every session, because this pitch is dying. And so you've got to find a new pace, new way of generating pace.
Well, the appeal is vociferous. Rizwan still there with his arms aloft. Now Rehan Ahmed going for the big shot, fails to make contact. Now the bowler says, yeah, it's straight. Of course it's out. Sajid Khan, the off-spin bowler with a fast bowler mentality, and we will have a look. They will have a look.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check both feet, fair delivery. Front on replay, please. Okay, rock back, please. Once front and back. Yeah, I can see clearly. Just hit the bat. I'm satisfied. You can go to the bowler, umpire. Chris, it's straight from the bat. You can stay with your decision. You're on the screen, make a signal.
Well, after all the excitement, a complete anticlimax. Big contact with the bat negates the appeal for LBW. Umpire's decision confirmed as correct. Jack Leach's turn again. Down he comes. Half the crowd think that's a return catch. The theatre, the pantomime carries on outside. Next. Just got to hurry through, which they do very, very comfortably. 2:48 for 8.
Well, the ball in question, we found a couple of angles to just confirm that it did bounce inside, and the signal was also that off a boundary, and hence the discrepancy of the 2 runs. So 2 runs have been taken back from the total and also from Jamie Smith's total. So he doesn't end his innings on 91, but it is 89. Their partnership also 105 in between them. So the amendment's been made. England now to 48 for 8.
Racing back for 2. And we can tell you, without fear of contradiction, it is now 250 for 8. It's officially verified, certified, confirmed.
And clearly amplified.
Ad infinitum. Yep. Every scorer in the country now united. The runs are coming nicely here for England. Now we all know that style is one of the most important aspects of our game, and J. Dot are our official style partners.
Rizwan just asking Noman to give it a little bit of flight as well.
Rouge, I'm sorry, you missed the unofficial J. non-style shirt. I love it. Obviously, I like variety. We like to see the formal gear. We like a bit of personality and imagination as well.
That was more like a what dot shirt.
It's a good shot, good stop. Rehan Ahmed in the side for several reasons, leg spin being the primary one, but also potentially capable of runs down the order. Powerful strike of the ball. Well bowled. Just drifting back in, but Rehan Ahmed watched it well enough. 66 overs done, 254 for 8.
Well, they are free. They are free from the premium stands here in Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It's a decider, this third test match. You can buy your tickets for other days and for other enclosures at pcb.tcs.com.pk. He decides to give him the charge. He uses his feet and does really well, Rehan Ahmed. He likes to bat. He does a lot of it back home, and he's picked up a 4.
Well, you've got to say that batting in the second and the last session has become progressively easier. Or it could be England have finally managed to take a blueprint out of batting, and it is to play with a straighter bat, get to the pitch, use your feet, and gone. Not to use your feet. And 5-wicket haul for Sajid. It's no mean achievement. The guy is unstoppable. Incredible comeback for Sajid and also for Noman Ali. Yeah, we've got to stand up and applaud, because he was nowhere in the scene in the last 365 days, and he's made a comeback. And what a comeback it has been. Third 5-wicket haul, and cleaning him up with a lot of deception. Rehan could only get 9. England, well, this innings is nearing an end now. 258 for 9.
Well, number 11, Shoaib Bashir. Career average, mammoth career average, 6.3. And one would suspect that the end is nigh-ish, if not completely nigh, for England in this first innings of the match. Now, discuss this. Rehan Ahmed, having just hit one straight down the ground beautifully, had high, lofty ambitions. That's somehow nudged away. They can come back for 2, maybe. No, just settling for the 1. But Rehan Ahmed made one heinous mistake here. He should have known, in my book, he should have known he was nowhere near that. Stop the shot, smother it, get a pad, a bat, anything you like in the way, make sure it doesn't get past. He was nowhere in position to carry on with that shot, so got exactly what he deserved. But good bowling.
Oh my
We talk about temperament, we talk about smartness, and you saw that from Sajid. After being hit over the top for 4, he then shortened the length. He was ready for another jump out kind of a shot from the batsman, and clearly was on top of the game. Sajid runs for England. Every 1 and 2 at this stage is going to make sense for England. They need to fight right till the end. End of the over. It's 262 for 9.
I think you need to admire and applaud the way the spinners have performed. Sajid was not amused at all with that hit down the ground and pulled his length just marginally back. He's got the ball to turn, but the lengths have been immaculate from both Noman and Sajid. 8 wickets now between them off the 9. Maybe just a question in everyone's minds in both camps as to where this 262 stands as a first innings score on a surface which has got its own set of challenges, by no means a minefield, but it's been heavily spin dominant. We haven't seen a quicker bowler bowl in the 67 overs.
Well, as and when the moment comes, you might well see England open with spin as well. You've got the 2 seamers, Atkinson and Stokes, in the England side, so the 2 quicker bowlers. Certainly wouldn't put it past Stokes to open with spin at both ends. Leach's turn to try and go big. It's dropping short and just slightly wide of the long on.
Everyone back in their white now. 264 for 9. Shan will hope they can wrap this up quickly.
Can I give you time? Can I open my list? पीछे भी फेंक सकते हो फिर.
Pakistan have bowled splendidly well to track down England in this test match. It's a middling kind of a score. Anything below 300 would please Pakistan quite well, quite nicely. It'll do a good job for them. And we know these middling scores make of a fascinating test match as well. So we are in it for a brilliant contest.
It's found a way through. Won't reach the boundary. Chase is given. By signalled. Never a bad time for a little cup of Tapal Danadar. That one nearly rolled. We saw one roll at Ben Duckett earlier in the day. That one was ever so close to being subterranean.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of delivery is a soul destroyer in the dugout. You think every ball will be like that.
Is that soul as in the bottom of a foot?
Yeah, that too.
267 for 9.
Ramiz, just on your point there, where does the score lie in terms of a first innings score? Obviously, England would have wanted a few more, but the way Jamie Smith approached the innings, he's probably shown Pakistan the way to score their runs. Bat with a vertical bat face, try and hit the ball down the ground. Yes, we know the new ball will present its set of challenges, but the mischief in the wicket has been few and far in between. Yes, the last ball of the previous over, one rolling, the one to Ben Duckett rolling, one that spun sharply to Joe Root and caught him in front of the pads. But by and large, it's still been, yes, slow and on the lower side, but it's still been a decent track to bat. And that'll give Pakistan some confidence when they do come out to chase and try and knock off as many England get when they do come out.
Well, one thing hasn't happened so far in this bowling innings. Oh, beauty. What a delivery that is. I mean, almost a dream ball for Sajid. Missed by a whisker, as they say. Played inside the line and beautifully bowled. Spin, bit of bounce. Length was outstanding, immaculate. Oh, that's another DRS time. They're still listening to him.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. Check both feeds, fair delivery. You can go to front on replay, please. Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can you go to the alt right when it's ready? I can see the bat also brushing the floor and the hood. Flat line as the ball past the bat. Satisfied, you can go to the on-field umpire. Stay with your original decision. Chris, you're on the screen, make your signal.
Yeah, original decision confirmed. Any suspicions there might have been a feint edge dismissed. Pakistan have no reviews remaining, and they don't need them. That is the simplest of stumpings for Rizwan. So Sajid doesn't get his man the ball before, but he does get his man at the end just to wrap things up. Very, very fine performance from Sajid Khan. Another 5-wicket haul this time turned into a 6-wicket haul. 6 for 130 from 29.2 overs. And what will Shan Masood make of this? So England, having won the toss first thing this morning, having opted to bat first, would have had high ambitions of a proper total. Is this a proper total? Well, only time will tell. 267, but Jack Leach there also getting nowhere near the ball, nowhere near it at all. So the familiar celebration from Sajid Khan signals his 6th wicket and the end of the England innings for 267, and he can walk off proudly displaying yet another cricket ball to add to his collection.
They make a good pair, Rizwan and Sajid Khan. Keepers want such a pitch, and so he was in action behind the stumps. His bowler was in action from the bowler's end. Tremendous bowling spell. The point I wanted to discuss was that no fast bowler was used by Pakistan.
Noman Ali the other 3. So what's Ben Stokes going to do? Well, I said just a little while back that he might well open with spin at both ends. We're confirming now that it's going to be England's most successful spinner of this tour so far, Jack Leach, who will open the bowling. Discussed as to where the men need to be to keep the pressure on Pakistan's opening men. And the big question, which we won't have answered today, but over the next 24 hours or so, is where does 267 lie as a first innings score? Is it enough to keep England in control or in contention in the game? Will Pakistan be able to go past it? Time will tell. So the opening partnership again. Abdullah Shafiq. He will face the first ball at the other end, Saim Ayub. And for this first ball of the Pakistan reply, Jack Leach will go round the wicket to Abdullah with just keeper in a slip in close attendance.
So point to debate. I know it would have never happened, but you know that England is going to bowl with a spinner, the new ball. Was there a possibility of thinking out of the box and sending in a middle order pair out there? I know it's a difficult decision, but I think if you are looking to boss a game, I think that thought could have been entertained. I don't know.
Well, first run of the innings, nudged away. Well, I tell you what, if I was either Abdullah or Saim, I'd be saying, excuse me, are you saying I can't play spin? I'm an opening batsman. My mission is to see off the new ball and then make runs against absolutely anyone and everyone.
Yeah, I understand that point, but I don't know. I mean, the play against spin, especially Abdullah Shafiq's batting against spin, is a little below par, has been now for quite a few innings. So it's not that you're belittling his talent, it's just that the situation demands captain, maybe team, to think out of the box. It's a very nice shot. He's a good talent. Stylishly played and played with the full face of the bat, and that is what Pakistan need to do.
Well, I think if a lesson has been learnt from earlier in the day, it is that you can survive better with a straight bat, and once you've survived for a longish time, then you can expand the shot making and start to be a little bit more positive. But plenty of time left in the game, very, very obviously, and survival for now. Trying to set a bit of a platform for Pakistan is the key message.
Looking to bowl at a quicker speed, 87.7 kilometers per hour. Different to Noman Ali.
That's a nice shot again, back for a little bit of width from Jack Leach and very little turn.
Just needs to flick it there, Leachy. Great start, boy. Come on, lad. Oh, yes, Leachy.
Yep, solid, straight defensive bat. 5 without loss.
The Hills almost lost to the haze.
It's been a pleasant day here in Rawalpindi. We've had a very good crowd for this test match, a much better crowd than we saw in Multan for the 2 test matches there. And those who've come in have seen an interesting day so far. Gus Atkinson now, so the first over of seam in the day. Can it ever have been later on the opening day of a test match that we've seen an over of seam?
You're our cricket historian, Michael. You tell us.
Maybe David Gower could shed some light.
Well, statistician is throwing a game in 1882 at me. Let's say that it's a rare occurrence on the first day of a test for an over of seam to present itself so late in proceedings.
And it'll be interesting to see how this new ball reacts in the hand of Gus Atkinson. Can't imagine there'll be much lateral movement, but I think what Stokes will be interested in, if any one delivery maybe just scuttles. Mass and I had a look at the pitch at tea break. The cracks have opened up enough from when we were looking before a ball had been bowled. So I think the plan would be perhaps to try and hit one of the openers on the shin.
Rambo holding court.
Magnificent mane, Rambo. What do we think is par? Can we judge that on this surface at the minute?
It's tricky, isn't it? I thought only the odd ball kept low this morning. I didn't think it was the kind of morning where a team would expect to lose 5 wickets. And I would have thought just a few more than England made. They'll be a little bit disappointed in the end from where they got to after that partnership with Atkinson and Smith, which was worth more than 100 in the afternoon, and they were putting pressure back on Pakistan at that point. I think they'll be disappointed in the end by their 267, although from a position of 98 for 5 they'd probably take it. 7 for none. Looking at the surface, I think 300. I think they'd want 300.
The pace of Leach will be interesting. Salman Ali slow it up quite considerably, certainly at times. Shane Warne always used to talk about finding the right pace to bowl on any given surface, and Leach was quite quick in that opening over. Bound to be a bit of tension and nerves. He's seen the ball spin, all eyes on the spinners.
It's interesting that Stokes has turned to Leach, of course. With a right hand, left hand, you could go either way. And Shoaib Bashir is nominally England's first choice spinner, if you want to use that phrase, but Leach has certainly been the better of the 2 spinners so far. Good shot, authoritative clump down the ground.
A very good play of spin. And with Pakistan, obviously Saim at the top of the order, left-hander. So important now with Jack Leach, as that has mentioned, the best spinner this series for England. So role of Saim Ayub and then Shan Masood, Saud Shakil, so important for Pakistan scores. You just feel with the spinners, as this game progresses, you want the spinners to be bowling into the pitch more. Also so important that length doesn't get missed. You build pressure there. More so, as Wardy mentioned, the pace that he'll bowl at, but be able to then hit the pitch or bowl it into the pitch.
Oh, it's a bit from there, no! Oh,
12 for none.
Which was the game that Ben Stokes opened the bowling on that last tour, and he bowled almost exclusively short. Was it here? But that was with the desire to get reverse. I think reverse is going to play any real part in this test match. The outfield is lush. There's only 2 other cut pitches on the square for practice, so very different than what we saw in the second game in Multan, when England did get the ball reverse swinging. So it's cross seam, sort of court seam for Atkinson, line and length.
Off the thigh pad, I suspect. And leg by is signalled as a result. I'd say it's been the most productive opening partnership that Pakistan have ever put onto the field, but this one now the highest between these two.
Ominous for England.
Probably Ben Stokes can make the call on what seam is offering pretty quickly here, just from that last shot then from Saim Ayub. Nice length and line from Atkinson. Bang! Forward defensive middle of the bat.
Crawley. Normally in the slips, of course, Zach Crawley, but as a result of that fractured finger in the summer, he's spent all his time in the outfield in this series.
Inverex Solar Energy, great facility for the fans. Visit the Inverex Blue to charge your phones while enjoying the match.
This with Saim Ayoub, just every now and again the left-hand side sort of comes into play and he brings his hands across the line of the ball, and that's why that's squirted through gully. Better there, but that's straighter. 16 without loss. My first time here at this ground, it was great. Just before tea, I went over to do a little interview from a lad that's cycling from London to Vietnam to raise money for charity. He's on quite a trip. He said he's absolutely adored his time in Pakistan. Just to walk around the ground was wonderful to have a look. Just off for a cycle, I won't be long.
We saw him in Multan, didn't we? He said hello to us there. It's a hellish cycle ride up from Multan to Rawalpindi. It's 9 hours in the car. Runs to be had, a couple of them, because Joe Root is out sweeping up on the boundary.
What about a chartered flight from Multan to Islamabad?
It was very pleasant, actually. Dropped in with the England team and the Pakistan team. They found a spare seat for me. Saved that long drive up, which was a very pleasant drive, actually. We did it the other way last time we were here 2 years. We obviously went down from Rawalpindi to Multan. And it was a pleasant drive, very nice motorway and scenic drive.
But what was the company like though through the drive?
Less said about that, the better. I forget actually how, or those of us who don't travel around Pakistan very much, it's eye-opening to see just how agricultural the land is between the major cities. Well, no grubbers as yet. In fact, only the odd one really throughout the day. But, they're the balls that stay in people's minds and sometimes stay in the cricketers' minds as well. But you can often go a long period between them. Each two straight on that occasion. Money for none and not much happening.
What will be happening is we won't be playing any overtime this evening to use the extra half an hour to get the 90 overs scheduled in the day. I genuinely can't remember. I don't think I've ever been involved in a test match where that's been the case. Unique circumstances with all the spin being bowled.
Well, you said, Ian, that Ben Stokes would be able to size up conditions for the seamers very quickly, and indeed he has, and has decided that 2 overs is enough. He's seen enough of Gus Atkinson. Not much was happening there, so he's going to wait until the ball is a little older. Maybe they'll find some reverse swing later on, but maybe not, given the lushness of the surrounds. But now to Shoaib Bashir, so England spinners in tandem again. And he starts with a good one that just straightens actually off the surface.
That's the one you've got to be a wee bit careful of. Got to feel a drag on will be coming at some point, such as the nature of the pitch. And a good start from Bashir. The other thing to look at is when Stokes will use the leg spin of Rehan Ahmed. Not for a bit, you fancy?
Sloppy from Crawley. In his 50th Test match, got his 50th cap from his opening partner Ben Duckett before the start of play. Very good mates, the pair of them, which is a help when you spend your career opening the batting with somebody. It helps to get along.
Yes!
23 for none.
Like the line that Bashir has started with to the right-hander. Guilty perhaps of driving the ball into the pitch and in towards the pads, too straight in Multan at times. It's explained to us by the bowling coach, actually, Jeetan Patel, that he feels that's keeping the stumps and the pads into play, but that line surely is bringing in more modes of dismissal.
Steady start, and given recent performances from the opening combination, a good one for Pakistan, 23. About to get a nosebleed soon.
Catch it!
No, oh, given him. There was not much of an appeal, and I felt that it just came off the front pad. And Saim Ayub has taken no time at all to send it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, player review for court, on-field decision is given out, check both feet, fair delivery. You can go to front on, replay please. Ball is close to the bat. We'd like to see the ultra edge. Waiting for the ultra edge. Cycle. Waiting for the ultra edge cycle. Still waiting for the ultra edge. It's coming up. I can see gap between the bat and the ball. Flat line as the ball past the bat. Can you go to the LBW ball tracking, please? It's flat line, ball passes the bat cycle. Waiting for the ball tracking. That's still building up the ball tracking. Waiting for the ball tracking cycle. Original decision goes ahead, not out. Outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. You can go to the on-field umpire cycle. You need to change your decision, out to not out. You're on the screen, make your signal.
Umpire Saikat was seeing things that weren't there, although the ball was quite close to the glove as it passed. It was only a half-hearted appeal, really, from Leach and from Smith. Before he knew it, the umpire, before Saim Ayub knew it, the umpire had put his finger up and he sent it upstairs pretty quickly. Days gone by, we'd have to trudge off for that. Oh, the injustice.
Big Hotel Mobile, a proud selfie moment.
That's the line, that's where he got Abdullah Shafiq in the first innings of the second test with a beauty that rocked back the off stump.
The advent of DRS has changed the game on so many levels, not only the way the batsman plays spin, got to keep his pad out of the way, but also perhaps even player relations. Doesn't get quite so fruity and frosty as before. Turn for Jack Leach at the end of the 7th over, 24 without loss.
Well, evidence that that disturbed the surface of the pitch. It spun quite significantly, not sharply, you wouldn't say. The pitch is quite slow, turn is quite slow, but definitely the surface just being disturbed.
Awesome knock. The energy's out there, Leachy boy.
Yes, Leachy.
Super Asia, Pakistan's leading home appliance brand, automatic washing machines, magic of one touch.
Race it again, Bash. Race it again, Bash.
27 without loss.
Plenty of batting to come for Pakistan. Skipper's in neck, Shan Masood. And then the Centurion from the last game, Kamran and Saud, who's an excellent player of spin, which is what is required on this surface. Played nicely, these two openers. Noticeable they've played with a straight bat, not many sweeps. A couple of balls in that last over just disturbed the surface from Jack Leach. A review, and then the one that went past the edge. Down the pitch and wide of long off and beautifully timed. Duckett says 4. Either way, it was a lovely shot.
Exquisite. It's a lovely demonstration as to pretty much how to use your feet. I mean, you could quibble that he wasn't quite as close as he might have been, but he opened up the ability to get it wide of the man in the deep as well. But it was the quickness of the movement down the pitch, the positioning, eye on the ball, head down, all those things that make a proper cricket shot, and beautifully done.
It seems like he has sorted that technical issue where he was not offering the full face of the bat, it was coming with an arc. He's presenting full face of the bat. He's showing a lot of confidence this time around, Abdullah Shafiq.
Subtle change in the field. Duckett just goes wider, looking straight into the sun at wide mid-off. Exactly where he's just been hit. Nine overs gone, 33 for none.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid start, this, isn't it? Abdullah on 12, Saim on 17. Some good shots been played, straight bats. And fascinating seeing how the game has developed today. England finally got their plans, shall we say, right with Jamie Smith. So if you look back over the day, Jamie Smith's innings the best of the day so far. A lot of straight bat work, a lot of good stroke play coming later in the innings. And similar techniques being employed here by Pakistan's opening pair.
Reverse and slip. Stokes saw it coming and went for the reverse, and it ended up pretty much where he was standing as the ball was released.
Well, let's put it this way, he went where it was most likely to go. And then had to turn right sharply without indicating.
Very close, yep. Don't play back on here. That looks plumb.
Especially when the ball is new and hard. Especially against the off-spinner. The right-hander has to look to play the ball on the front foot. It's been referred.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check both feet. Fair delivery. Front on replay, please. I would like to see the outrage. Waiting for the outrage, Chris. Gap between bat and the ball, flat line as the ball past the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. You can go to ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Chris, you can stay with your original decision out, on screen.
Yeah, very similar
Make
dismissal
signal,
to that of Joe Root. Root didn't review. Abdullah Shafiq did. It was 3 reds, he has to go. 35 for 1, Pakistan. Shah Masood, Pakistan skipper, comes in at number 3, 150 in the first test in Multan on that flat pitch, average a tick under 30. Bashir getting his line spot on there, that attacking line which you have to bowl to a right-hander. Different challenge now to the left-hander. Stokes likes a gully, even with the lack of bounce, immediately a gully comes in, Root. Off the mark. Could be a couple, yeah, comes back. Yeah, you see the similarities with the dismissal of Joe Root earlier in the day. Just enough turn to beat the bat. Again, a couple. Yeah, that replay we just saw, Abdullah Shafiq was thinking about staying on the front foot. It just hovered. Watch his front foot there, hover, and he thought about going again. He didn't. He wishes now he'd kept going forward. Trapped on the crease. There was a bit of confusion with the running. It was well in the end. 40 for 1. Yeah, 3 opportunities to get the ball onto the onside for Shah Masood. It has been a problem actually before for him. He mistimed a couple in that direction. But at the same time, you'd prefer if the off-spinner would target off-stump more when the batsman first comes in. That's an indeterminate line. Good crowd in today. Free admission, a little bit cooler here in Pindi. Very decent crowd.
Hold the time here, lads. Hold the time here, eh? Come on. There's 2 in that. Easy get 2 or 3 this line, boys.
4 to 6 in that.
Never a bad time, and once again it's tea time for the fans at the Tapal Tea Lounge. Enjoying their Tapal Danadal.
Sweeping now, Lichi. Definitely sweeping that. Oh. Oh, wow. You've seen it. He was driving that in your first view, Lichi. Seen him kick round, Lichi.
Oh, 42 for 1.
Yeah, it's nice bowling from Leach. Very steady, very consistent. Just a comparison though. When he takes pace off the ball, the slowest ball that over, 81.5 kilometres per hour, so just above 50. When Norman Ali takes pace off, it's down into the early 70s. It's floating in the air. As ever, people just trying to decide what is the best pace for them on a pitch like this.
Swept a bit finer to the man in the deep, so he's got a bit more work to do. Plus Atkinson does well, keeps it down to a single.
Yeah, Bashir hasn't been comfortable bowling round the stumps. Hasn't been able to pitch the ball outside the off stump of the left-hander. He's angling the ball towards the leg stump. Has become easier for the left-handers to knock the ball into the gaps and rotate the strike.
Yeah, that's the sort of line you're talking about, and I can see they can't. Nodding away happily in the corner of the commentary box, and that's forcing the bat to come straight, and if there is any turn, it just starts to invoke the outside edge. What, middle and off? That's your line, isn't it? Well, we're up in Islamabad, of course, Islamabad Rawalpindi, where the home of Kingdom Valley is, the royal lifestyle.
Oh, wow. Toe end of the bat. He gets good drop to Shoaib Bashir, and he's very difficult to get down to because of that drop. And Shah Masood got nowhere near to this, and luckily he got a toe end of the bat on it, otherwise it would have gone right underneath it.
Yeah, that ploy was okay in Multan during the first test match where he scored 150, not here.
Oh, good. That's really good. Turn and bounce, and luckily for Shah Masood, past the edge. 43 for 1, time for drinks. Spin so far today. Pakistan, their first wicket went courtesy of Shoaib Bashir. Abdullah Shafiq just hanging back and getting trapped on the crease. So not big spin, but enough spin. It's been the bounce that have bamboozled certain batters, or the lack of bounce.
And the angle bat. He looked good when he committed himself on the front foot. Very decisive. And that's why he couldn't decide in time whether to play on the front foot or the back foot.
Change of angle for Leach. He's going to come round the wicket, slip, leg gully, short mid-wicket, short mid-on. In the air, gone. First ball after drinks, the changing angle, the change in field. Brilliant from Leach in England.
And then a bit of flight, bowled it slower. And I dipped at the batsman at the last moment. And hence, the ball will end in the air and an easy catch, a shot mid-wicket. Things started to happen for the England spinners. It's Saim Ayub. Stayed for 36 deliveries, scored 19, and Pakistan 43 for 2.
Kamran Ghulam comes in at number 4 on the back of 100 on his debut in his first innings in Test match cricket. Starts off with 100. This is a different surface now than that Multan pitch up front. That bounced a bit for the spinner. This one low bounce. So it'll be a different kind of challenge, but he played beautifully on debut. And that was a really smart change, whether it was mentioned at drinks, whether it was a change from the periphery. One of the coaches maybe offering some advice, but round the wicket, 2 men catching leg side worked perfectly.
Joe, you sit a bit because Pokey's in there. Yeah, wider, Joe. Yeah. Wider, Joe. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Run in and that. What's the matter? I had to do with Sanji's big shiny ball head. Going over. Come on, lads, here we go!
Just came down the pitch. You can see now more and more as Leach and Bashir land the ball, there is a puff of dust. This one, there was a little puff of dust, never got to the pitch and just chipped it to root. Excellent thinking, England.
Yeah, but it's the little push through the line that does it, isn't it? I mean, I've said it countless times watching the last couple of weeks. If you're coming down the pitch and you don't quite get to it, just smother it. Whether you're trying to push it through the onside or go big, if you're not quite there, on pitches like this, you must know, surely, that it could stick in the pitch a bit, and that's the penalty you pay.
Yeah, he was better off pushing the ball on the onside. Felt like he was looking to hit the ball through extra cover. He got inside half of the bat, the ball scooped. Sam Ayub.
Off the mark with a couple out to Rayan Ahmed.
He might have been off the mark the ball before, actually, if his captain could agree to run.
I feel like that's fine there. You've done it. Yeah. Awesomeness, Leachy, awesomeness, Leachy. Oh! Hello.
Good over for Leach. The wicket in there, 46 for 2. Still plenty of batting there. So Shakil, Rizwan, Salman, Jamal. We saw Sajid bats pretty well, as did Norman Ali, so work to do for England. And we're going to have a change. Has been spin. There's been a couple of overs from Atkinson. 2 overs for 2. We're going to have another look at Atkinson.
Yeah, this move has potential. We all saw Kamran having his struggles against the seam bowlers when he scored that maiden 100 of his. He looked a different batsman against the paces.
Just remember, all our patrons here can benefit from Inverex Solar Energies. The power charging points, solar charging booth available at all these grounds throughout this test series for fans to come and charge their phones.
Clear the plan for England, just bowl straight, what captains call a split field. 5-4, 5 on the off, 4 on the leg, short mid-wicket. Just bowl straight, LBW, and maybe a drag on inside edge to the stumps. Fans may get some bonus overs today. I can't remember last time I've said that. Usually we lose overs with 5 overs to go, and just over half an hour. We're going to get more than the 90 that are required. Now gone. The plan has worked. Everything Stokes has done since that drinks break. Leach change of angle, Atkinson change of bowler, and the plan is perfect.
And it has paid off. It's a relief, isn't it, to see the back of Kamran Ghulam. That ball kept low. Tap movement in towards the stumps, and he did the job. Only managed 3 runs from 9 deliveries. It's 46 for 3 Pakistan.
Pakistan 3 down. Saud Shakil comes to the middle. His stats are excellent, but you would say he also plays spin better than seam up. So England will continue. They have to, they're mid-over, but Atkinson will continue to bowl at that far end. It has been excellent from Stokes and England. Brave on a pitch where virtually every wicket has fallen to spin, to suddenly go, I'll bring my seamer on, and he's done that and got the wicket straight away.
Well, yeah, it's worked beautifully, just chipping away at this Pakistan top order. Still 221 runs adrift. Some important players gone already. Well, there's been a long discussion about this field placing. Started with a slip and a leg slip. Questions asked from captain to bowler. Do you want one either side? Do you want a couple of slips? Well, we've got 2 men now in the slips corner. So first and a fourth, short extra cover, short mid wicket, 2 balls to go in the over. What next?
Well, it's one thing having a plan, but you need a bowler to deliver. I said split field, LBW and bowled. That's your target. Target that stump. And again, The bat coming across the line of the ball, as with Abdullah Shafiq. Same there.
Yeah, he was a shuffler that over, wasn't he? Shuffling across, trying to get into line, that's one thing, but on these sorts of pitches, you've got to try and get a bit further forward.
Very good from Atkinson and England. 46 for 3, Pakistan.
Pakistan 46 for 3. England have picked up 3 wickets very quickly, 35, 43 and 46. They just seem to have flipped a switch, and we were discussing how the pace on the surface will play out. So far, it's already reaped 1 wicket.
Nice field set for Shan Masood. 3 men in the ring on the leg side. He goes hard at the ball at times. If the ball stops or it bounces more, he could be in trouble. But this is fantastic from England, introducing pace against Kamran Ghulam, and got a perfect result. Perfect 10. Played back on a low bouncy surface. He was castled.
Yeah, in the last game, in the second test match at Multan, Ramesh, you were quite critical of England not testing Kamran Ghulam with some pace early on. He's recognised as a very good player of spin, of course, and not that he can't play pace, but England for a long time in his maiden 100 didn't try him out with any of the quicker bowlers at all. Change of plan here, and the plan worked.
Yeah, I remember it was what, his first 110 or 12 balls, only 7 or 8 from pace. So they clearly missed the trick. Batting can be difficult on such a surface against pace. If you bowl wicket to wicket, you're in with a chance.
Here's a look at that wicket again. Gus Atkinson to Kamran Ghulam. They say try and hit the top of off. It's an absolute ripper. Look at it down the line as well. You could say Kamran Ghulam's played with an angled bat as well. The bat coming from gully across to mid-wicket. An excellent piece of bowling from Gus Atkinson to deliver according to the plans. The first sighting, what, 3 overs of pace so far in this test match.
Come on now.
Well, the ball gone up, so has the finger. It was a very confident appeal, and Saud has sent it straight away. He reckons he hasn't gloved it or got any bat on this. Let's have a look.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is out. Check both feet, fair delivery. Front on replay, please. Looks like ball is missing. The bat would like to see the ultra edge. Waiting for the ultra edge cycle. big gap between bat and the ball. Go to the on-field umpire. You need to change your decisions to not out Saikat. You're on the screen,
Wow.
make a signal.
Well. It spun off the turf and it did everyone. Well, Pakistan review correctly hit absolutely nothing, wasn't even close. Overdone, 49 for 3.
Yeah, thank goodness for DRS. Two very poor decisions this evening. From just to the naked eye, that didn't look close to the edge, really. The first one to Saim Ayub and then that one moments ago. Thankfully, DRS correcting the decisions.
Interesting. Both reviews well taken and both very confident. Saim Ayub as well as Shan Masood. The only difference was the first one to Saim Ayub. Even England were a bit half-hearted the way they went up. It was more of a casual inquiry. This other appeal, this one, Pakistan also bring up their 50. England was very confident. The way Leach and the personnel behind the stumps went up.
Would have still persisted with pace for a couple of overs to South especially. He's young at the crease, plays spin superbly, plays the ball late, judges the length very early. But against pace, I think he can be tamed.
Just the off-spinner's angle to the left-hander. The ball turning away. I just feel that's going down with the angle.
It appears as if playing off the back foot is a risky business. Because if the ball stays low like this, it really didn't bounce a lot. Would have missed the stumps, but still very risky playing off the back foot. And he's pretty tall, so you tend to judge the length a little later compared to Leach, for example. Doesn't have to flight the ball a great deal. He's what, about 6'2", 6'3", so he's got that natural loop.
Oh, that's so close, Bash. That's lovely, that Bash.
Plays it well, picks up one to end the over. It's 53 for 3. Well, 53 for 3. Considering majority of the overs have been bowled by spin, barring just the 3, the over rate's been fantastic.
Got to work really hard, Pakistan, in this first innings to stay in the game. Otherwise they'll find themselves in the position England found themselves in if you gift a first innings advantage on a pitch that will only start to spin more, one imagines. then it becomes very difficult. So in response to that 267, they've got to get what, a minimum of, well, they've got to get upwards of England's score. They can't afford to be giving away a first innings lead of 40 or 50 on this pitch.
Or keep the fans thoroughly engaged. So if you make your way to the ground, you can probably grab a spot. Pakistan's finest cup of tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge. But the one shot that didn't bear fruit was obviously the sweep. We spoke about it at length when England were batting, and both Shan and Saud in particular like to play at sweep shots. So far they've done well. Every time they've rocked onto the back foot, they're still looking to present the full face of the bat.
Oh, that's a beautiful ball now. Lovely that, Matt.
I think he's got to look to spin the ball out of the rough and make them drive through the offside. I think against Shan Masood, for example, Leach has been quite keen to bowl that middle and leg slip line to use those three fielders on the leg side. But that becomes an easier angle for the batsman to negotiate. You know that the ball is going to be on your pad, so all you need is good steely wrist to work the ball over towards the leg side. 56 for 3.
Well, a couple of overs left in the quota for the day, but we will play till scheduled time, which is 5 p.m. It's about 16 minutes left. We'll get a few more overs. Plays it well, plays it fine. Will pick up 4.
Well, it's good batting. We talked a little bit about the sweep today and the dangers of it. If you sweep from the line of the stumps, you sweep when it's straight and you miss, you're in trouble. But once you pick the right line, you're okay. Shoaib Bashir is just drifting down the leg side there, and therefore that's a shot without risk. Because if you miss that, it hits you on the pad, you're not going to be given out LBW. Obviously, he's covering his stumps as well with his pads, so he can't be bowled. So that's smart batting.
He's got a solid defense, and he works his way through on the basis of good forward defensive shots. He's a very good sweeper of the ball, very organized batsman against spin. If you have 2 shots that you can play against spin, a cut shot and a sweep shot, you've got a career against spin department. And he plays the cut shot, he plays the sweep shot extremely well.
Yeah, he put his hand up in one of the press conferences after that first inning score in the first test. He recognized that he hadn't strung a few more innings together, and he just felt that obviously vice captain of the side, responsibility on him in that middle order. He did say he obviously himself feels he was short of runs after that first innings.
Catch it.
Pakistan 60 for 3.
Sit down. Oh, that's lovely, Richie. Lovely there, now. Touch it, Ray.
That's an easier angle for Shan Masood, working it with the spin off his pads, off his hip. Royal lifestyle for you, Athers and Uruj.
What was that again? Uruj.
You got that.
Well played.
I think time to change his angle, maybe. Do something different here. This has become a bit easier. Pakistan wouldn't mind this line of attack.
Nice that. Come on, lads. Oi! Good, Leachy. Lovely that. Catch! Nice that, nice that boy. What's in that, Leachy boy?
Pakistan 61 for 3. And the decider test match series leveled at 1 apiece. 13 wickets have fallen in the day. All to spin in that first innings from Pakistan. 6 for Sajid, 3 for Noman, 1 for Zahid. 1 apiece to Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir. Just the 3 overs from Gus Atkinson. Brilliant delivery to Kamran Ghulam to knock his off stump over.
It's been an interesting day, though. I think there was a great sense of uncertainty before the day began. All the focus on the pitch and what Pakistan have been trying to do to the pitch with the heaters and the fans, and nobody quite knew what was going to transpire. What we've seen really is a slow turner with the occasional ball keeping very low, but only the occasional ball keeping very low. It's actually produced a fascinating day's play so far. 13 wickets, 12 have gone to spin, just the 1 to the pace of Gus Atkinson, and batters that have had to work out a strategy how to play the spin, and Jamie Smith was the one who worked out that effective strategy by playing with a straight bat, defending initially, then attacking with a straight bat down the ground. And it was that innings and that partnership with Gus Atkinson in the afternoon that has switched the day really England in front right now, and in front because of that innings.
Yeah, it's still a battable pitch where you can put your head down and play normally. You don't have to improvise, don't have to think out of the box, don't have to be analytical that this is going to happen. No need to preempt. Yeah, loads of time for him really to rock back and play through the offside for a run. He'll keep the strike. It's 65 for 3.
Quite a contrast to the first day of the corresponding test a couple of years ago when England made 504 in just 75 overs. It's just a reminder really how the conditions determine the game. Completely flat surface 2 years ago, you could come out and blaze away. Very different today. You've got to give it some thought and try and work out your game accordingly. Right now, England in front, Pakistan 65 for 3, trailing by 202. They've got to get up to England's score or thereabouts to stay in the game. Now then, a bit of Joe Root just before the close. Leach, sure he's bowled at his best towards the end of the day. He's just been a little bit leg side to the two left-handers. They've tucked him away to the onside with a bit of ease. So Stokes going to make a change. His changes have worked in the evening session. And now another one. Joe Root to spin it away from these two left-handers.
Vigotel, official mobile handset partner, introducing new 26.
Very different kind of off-spinner to Shoaib Bashir, who's tall, comes over the top. Root bowls from a little wider of the crease with a slightly lower arm, slingier action, slightly quicker through the air.
Ray, just in front, please.
All right, England have set a field for Shan Masood to maybe have a go through the offside. Slip gully in place. A cover has been installed as well. There's a short leg to go with the two men in the slips. That's an easy shot for him because his natural angle of the bat meets the ball and he's off to the non-strikers end. I think there's good rhythm to this partnership. Both, in fact, South is the one who will really control this partnership against spin. I would have wanted an over from pace rather than Joe Root, but Ben Stokes thinks there is value in engaging an off-spinner at this stage of the game. Possibly another over, 2 overs for the day. There's the drive, nicely played.
Come on, boys. 4 tonight, lads.
A little quicker this time. He ends the over and it's 3 down for 68.
1 over, maybe 2. I wondered whether Ben Stokes might think about giving Rehan Ahmed an over just before the close. He went to Root instead, but after Root's over, Stokes just looked towards Rehan's direction and said, if there's time for another, and you can bowl the last one. He can bowl his googlies. If you want it spinning away from the left-handers, Rehan can bowl his googlies as well. And having not played for England since last winter in Rajkot, it'd be good to give him an over and get him into the game.
Super Asia, Pakistan's leading home appliances brand. Magic of one touch. Laundry made easy. Pakistan quite happy to tap the ball in the corners and just rotate the strike. Been an interesting day's cricket. Wickets have gone down. There's been fight back from England. Pakistan losing a bit of momentum. 3 wickets going down, and partnership is on. That was quicker. It bounced more. On a surface like this, you've got to look very closely at the ball all the time. Can't take things for granted. End of the over. Will there be one more? Umpires feel that there is time for one more. 72 for 3.
Well, I was fairly certain that Stokes had given Rehan Ahmed the nod. Root, I'm not sure, was aware of it, because he went to the end of his mark again as if he wanted to bowl the last over, but it will be Rehan Ahmed. And I think this is a good move. Young spinner who hasn't played that much Test cricket, hasn't played since England's tour of India in February. It's a good time to bring him in now. The last over of the day, where Pakistan will be looking to see things out. It's a good moment to give Rehan his first bowl.
Yeah, today he'll bowl 1, but his spell could be handy for England, because it'd be, especially to the left-handers, trying to spin it out of the rough. So he'll get different kind of variation out of the rough. Oh, that one kept low and well played in the end.
That was the Duckett ball. That was the ball that Duckett got this morning. But because Shan Masood was playing this straight, watch the full face come down. He managed to get bat and ball.
He's covering all set of stumps, Shan Masood. On that off stump, make sure that he doesn't hit at the ball outside that off stump, out of the rough.
Pakistan supporters would remember Rehan Ahmed, who made his debut in Karachi 2 years ago, and a startling entrance it was into Test cricket, with a 5-wicket haul and 7 in the game. He's kind of got a fizzy, energetic action. Not always the most accurate, but he puts a lot on the ball.
Oh, hey, that's lovely, boy. Energy on this ball, so good, Rehan.
I'm sure he'll be given a role tomorrow, and there is scope for Rehan. Is different to Zahid. Zahid more the loopy, the flighted kind of a leg spinner. Him just hitting the deck hard, and I think could create a bit of magic for England tomorrow. Pakistan fighting out, fighting hard, fighting back in a way through this partnership. Innings was in doldrums when 3 wickets had gone down. This is a bit of a recovery. Last ball of the day is played off the back foot. 342 runs and 13 wickets. And so a lot of action, a lot of good cricket. Ben Stokes likes it. His team is well within reach to tease and trouble Pakistan. Pakistan, on the other hand, bowl well to limit England's excess to less than 300 after England had won the toss.
Yeah, intriguing day. You'd have to give it to England, I think, after that innings and from Jamie Smith and partnership with Gus Atkinson. But that was an excellent partnership under real pressure towards the end of the day between Shan Masood and Saud Shakil, who came together, and Pakistan were wobbling. And had they lost another wicket or two before the end, then it would have been a very dominant day for England. But as it is, England with their noses in front, but Pakistan know that a good partnership will ease them towards England's first innings score, and then they're right in the game. So all to play for tomorrow, and the morning session shapes as a vital one.
The other thing is regarding the pitch, you never can tell how the pitch will behave
To see lots of wickets today. A lot was spoken about this pitch and how whether it's going to offer turn or not. But one man who really stood out today was Jamie Smith, and he joins us today on pitch side. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us, and of course with him is Lord Gower. So great to have both of you here. Jamie, well done. I mean, considering the fact that it wasn't the easiest pitch to bat on, what were you thinking when you were coming out? Obviously, England had lost a couple of wickets. What was the strategy behind the way you played today?
Yeah, I think, as you said in previous, no one quite knew actually what to expect from this wicket. I think the last game everyone sort of knew that it was going to spin quite heavy, but coming into it, I think no one quite knew the level of spin that would happen, especially from day one. So yeah, I think it was just trying to seize momentum as and when we could. I think we've seen the opening partnership there between Zach and Ben Ducker. They got us off to a really good start. Wickets fell playing the way we want to play. I think we've all been working our sweeps quite a lot in the last few days in the lead up to this test. And then yeah, it was about seizing momentum and trying to put them under pressure.
Well, it definitely seemed like after lunch there was a change of plans. We got to see that wonderful partnership with you there as well. Before that, we were seeing a lot of sweep shots being executed. What was the talk during the lunchtime? I mean, how did it sort of change in what we saw after lunch? Was a different kind of a strategy from England?
Yeah, it was. There's actually nothing spoken about at all. I think it was just with the flow of the game. Obviously, batting with Gus there, he played really nicely as well and took a lot of pressure off me. And we didn't actually speak about it at all. It sort of looked like we flicked a gear, in the space of a couple of overs, but it wasn't the case at all. It was almost just, we knew they're bowling a lot of spin, and how could we actually make them change a little bit of what they were doing? And I felt like we did that, and that gave us a bit more initiative going forward.
So for you, it's just the instinct of saying, right, now is the moment. There's no instruction, there's no sort of word from above. What makes that change for you? Because obviously it had been a question of trying to play straight, looking at what had gone on before, and surviving and building. Was that the moment you felt, now I understand this pitch?
Yeah, a little bit. As you said, it's getting yourself in and getting accustomed to the wicket and that sort of thing. But yeah, it was almost that we felt at the time that they'd bowled from the same ends for quite a long time, and you can feel that even though they're bowling nicely, you can get quite tired out there, and even though they're just spin being bowled. So we almost thought, how could we change them in a way? I mean, we've got the off spinner then changed ends, and it sort of allowed us to play a few more shots. Fielders went out, and suddenly the pressure was released that way. So I felt we did that quite nicely, and as I said, I think Gussie played a superb little cameo there as well.
I was just sorry. Yeah.
No, go.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, do you regret at the end not going straighter on 89-91, whichever it was at the time on the scoreboard?
Yeah, a little bit. You always have them sort of regrets, don't you? But to be fair, I think I got away with a few of them before then. But I was just, it was almost in the moment. You were just carrying on with what had been so successful at the time, which was to keep going and putting them under pressure.
Worked well.
Well, we saw a wonderful knock by Gus Atkinson as well. You were just mentioning that. I mean, how easy it is for you then when you have somebody like him batting on the other end and batting with so much confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. He played superbly there, and as you said, he took a lot of pressure off me that allowed me then to, take a few more singles. Yeah, he really put them under pressure, and as I said, it almost helped that at that time we sort of both went at the same time. So almost, as he said, it made it seem as though he had a game plan of really taking it on. That wasn't the case. It was just the flow of the game, and he was doing it at one end, I was able to at the other. So we really put some good runs on there at that point.
Well, it was a wonderful partnership by you both, and I'm sure that you want to go and rest now, so I'm going to leave you to it. DG, you're not going anywhere because we've got to talk more about what happened today. Lots of reflections and lots of thoughts after the short break. Back on pitch side then, we're talking about the partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Smith, which has put England at 267 runs in their first innings. Pakistan in response lost 3 wickets, but they are at 73, trailing by 194. I've been joined by Bazid Khan on pitch side. DG, just in terms of how England would be looking at today, they've managed to get 3 wickets of Pakistan, and they bowled rather disciplined lines that we saw from them when at the close of play.
Yeah, I think given the way the day had gone for them, essential to pick up wickets. Yeah, if Pakistan had, say, survived just 1 or 2 down, it wouldn't be quite so good. I think the one thing England will regret, actually, is not making more runs from the top order. We had Jamie here just now, who explained how he had to play, and by the time he came in, he realised, and they all realised, that playing straight would bring more dividends than trying to play all those sweep shots. But the top order, Pope gone for 3, Root for 5, Brook for 5. There's a lot of potential runs there. And even on a pitch like this, which turned from ball 1, you feel or I feel as anyway, that 267 was under par for England. So that's the one thing they'll regret, but they still have a lead of 194. So, that's pretty healthy.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of what Pakistan were looking at, Baz, of course, when they did go out to bowl, they would be looking to get England out cheaply in these conditions. And once again, the spinners doing the job for Pakistan.
Yeah, after having lost the toss, you take 5 wickets in the first session any day of the week. And not so much of the ball turning square, it was few deliveries that actually kept a little low, but more often than not, it was the sweep shot and England trying to force the pace that allowed Pakistan in the game. They say that you can't win a test match in a session, but you can certainly lose it. Now, how significant that session will be, we'll only know at the end of the game, where you won the toss and lost 5. But yeah, the spinners been brilliant. They both, Noman Ali and Sajid, have been so consistent with their length, especially. So impressed by the way that they've been able to hold the length throughout this test match and also the previous test match, and that will also come to the fore in the second innings. But yeah, as David said, I think England in the end, although they recovered really well, they got runs, but in the end they maybe left runs out there in the centre, having won the toss and batted first on a pitch that you expect to go slower and slower.
Well, unless, of course, they make early inroads tomorrow, from Pakistan's perspective, if they lose quick wickets and they're not able to get any kind of a lead, then England will be in a satisfactory position. And we saw that there were certain deliveries that were troubling the batsmen. There is something in the pitch for the bowlers.
Look, let's face it, someone has worked incredibly hard on this pitch to make sure it does something. And that was evident from ball 1 this morning. I think the plan for England is very straightforward. Keep chipping away, keep consistent. We've got a bit of chance for someone like Rehan Ahmed to bowl a few overs tomorrow as well, which will be interesting from the spin department. And any lead will be handy, because my feeling is that you'll just see a steady progression of scores downwards in this game. That would be the logical way to look at it. I mean, just looking at these wickets going down at the end, even from the tail, you can say that England could have ground out a few more runs. I mean, Rehan Ahmed's shot was ill-judged. Jack Leach, okay, it's the final wicket. But even there, in an era of Test cricket where actually every team looks at the way they can eke out runs, there were failings there. But just, the man holding the ball aloft there, Sajid Khan, bowled beautifully. I mean, he's a very, very experienced, very wily campaigner. And so those changes of pace, the change of flight, all that sort of stuff, and those stumpings, they're all part of his skill.
What do you think Pakistan's approach should be, Baz? Because we've seen that England revised their plans after lunch. There were a lot of sweep shots that were being executed, and everybody's talking about how you need to be playing straight. What do you think Pakistan should be doing? Because you don't want them to be getting into sort of a shell mode as well, getting really over defensive either. So what exactly should they be doing?
Yeah, it's the balance that in every aspect of life, and especially batting, you need a balance between how to attack and how to defend. So if you find that balance, you'll get a lot of runs. But the one wicket that's probably play on their mind is Abdullah Shafiq, because it turned and stayed slightly low. But otherwise, there's not been a lot happening. There's the odd one that's turned. It's not a pitch where at the moment you think that everything's going to turn square, so you just bat normally. The one thing that Pakistan have is a batting order that goes pretty deep. So you've got Salman Ali Agha coming at number 7, then we had Numan Ali who had got runs, and those late order runs are very important. So it's not a case that yes you want to swing from the hip, but you want to find a balance, and yes, tick the runs over, but it's not a pitch where you go and sweep and reverse sweep and try and take the bowlers on. You bide your time.
Just on Abdullah Shafiq as well then, you know, this last couple of years, last year or so has been pretty hard for him. He hasn't found his runs. And again, he was somebody who came into the business looking really good, hasn't really been able to deliver those runs. What's happening with him?
Well, every player, once he comes into international cricket, he does go through a period where he's found out. People know where to bowl to him and how to get him out. And you have to then ride that out or get better. At the moment, he's got a slight issue with the bat face coming from gully. But he is a quality player, and you would expect him to overcome this. And that's the beauty of Test match cricket. You need to evolve every day. Otherwise, you get left behind.
All right, things are definitely evolving in this test match rather quickly. So thank you so much for your thoughts. And we've got day 2 lined up for you. All the action continues tomorrow here from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. We will be joining you once again live at 9:25 a.m. for this Bank Alfala Presents Kingdom Valley Test Series. Well, it's been a great day for Test cricket. Lots of action, lots of wickets and some runs as well. So plenty to look forward to on day 2 of this Test match. From here until tomorrow, it's goodbye.
Guys!